Fire When Ready. War of the Submarine, Book 3. Written by R.G. Roberts. Narrated by A.J. Shuck. Chapter 21. Necessary Risks. 26 September 2039. The Mid-Indian Ocean. En route to the Strait of Malacca. USS Lexington, CVN 84, Strike Group. John hid in the shadow of the aircraft carrier for the obligatory pre-operation teleconference, hoping that would keep the enemy task force from noticing an extra set of emissions coming from the Lexington Strike Group. The plan depended on Razorback getting into the strait unnoticed. If the enemy knew there was a sub to hunt for, the chances of them finding Razorback increased exponentially. Getting to the strait covertly gave John's boat a fighting chance. After all, no one in their right mind thought their attack on the Strait of Malacca would come as a surprise to the enemy. As much as they wanted to catch the Indians with their pants around their ankles, there was no way the Indians would miss a fleet of surface ships heading their way. Sure, they might attack somewhere else, but the Somme was the grand prize, and John knew how much everyone wanted it. That was probably why Admiral Anderson started the heavy pre-op planning so far out. The strike group was just under 1,000 miles from the north entrance to the Somme, steaming through the gunky kind of weather that signified the end of monsoon season. Seas were rough, sailors on Razorback were puking as she kicked and rolled, and the sky was an orange-gray that promised retribution upon stupid submarine sailors who lurked near the surface. Not that Anderson cared. She was a surface officer who considered Razorback just one more asset whose every move she should dictate, and who should remain in constant communication with the flagship at all times. John could feel his hair graying every minute he talked to her. Trying to explain how submarines worked to the ambitious and snarky admiral was like trying to teach nuclear power to a toddler. Thank goodness for Uncle Marco. His operational orders allowed Razorback, and John in particular, a shocking degree of tactical latitude. All he was required to do was be in the strait on time and stay ahead of the strike group. They left the rest up to him. John had never received a set of orders like this, but there they were, in black and white, staring up at him from the tablet that his radio watch had delivered to him in control. Anderson got a copy too, which shut her up. Mostly. John had heard about Uncle Marco's one-man battle against the rest of the Navy's employment of submarines, but he never expected to see it succeed. Well, if you need evidence that admin is still God in the Navy, here it is. He passed the tablet to Lieutenant Commander Patricia Abercrombie, his XO. If you don't write it down, it never happened. Messages didn't often come along with headers longer than the text of the message itself, but John sure had a hot one. To USS Razorback, SSN 857, from ComSub Pack. Info: Combat Gru 12, Comstrike Gru 84, Comdesron 26, USS Lexington, CVN 84, USS Anzio, CG 88, USS Bull Run, CG 74, HMAS Sydney, DDG 42, HMS Termagant, D39, HMS Tyrian, D43, USS Morton, DDG 159, USS Ernest E. Evans, DDG 139, USS Arleigh Burke, DDG 142, USS Jason Dunham, DDG 109, USS Sam Nunn, DDG 133, HMS Northumberland, FFG 301, HMAS Parramatta, FFH 154, HMAS Perth, FFH 157, HMAS Bogan, FFG 167, USS Oakland, LCS 24, USS Billings, LCS 15, USS Bluefish, SSN 843. Subject: Op Order 3284. Remarks: 1. Enter SOM on or about 3rd October 2039, ahead of main force. 2. Seek and destroy the enemy. Razorback Actual to use best judgment on employment of submarine. 3. Good luck and good hunting. Vice Admiral Rodriguez sends. That's a lot of metal to throw at one battle, sir. Pat's eyes gleamed. We're serious about getting the SOM back this time, aren't we? And we're the only one out front. John made himself grin like a proper submariner. He couldn't think about the last time he'd been to the SOM, or the friends he'd lost. They'd never found Ernest Evans's body. Had he been ripped up as Enterprise exploded, or was the SOM his grave? John shook himself. I guess that means we're masters of our own fate. Pat laughed. Better than being an SWO's puppet, Captain, or being Bluefish stuck at the back door. Damn straight. Let's hope no one changes their minds before the shoe drops. Red Tiger Station. Jimmy Carter's midship's hatch was big enough for those god-awful white containers to fit through, but opening it while nestled up against Red Tiger Station was a great way to flood the entire submarine and die. Alex sized the boxes up in a glance after joining Paul, the scientists, and a squad of Marines in the docking area. We're going to need a transplant and a crane, he said. No way can we load those things here. Distant shouts from the crowd reminded all of them why they really didn't want to send the containers back through the station, but Alex couldn't think of another way. He shivered, thinking about the last time he'd been on an underwater station and everything started falling apart. But Jules Rochambeau wasn't here, and the only Marines around were under Paul's command. Paul, newly returned from eyeballing the now chanting crowd, grimaced. You can't just, jimmy them down the ladder? They're too big. Alex looked over at the head of the Fogborn team. I don't suppose they disassemble? Dr. Leifson shook her head. No, I'm afraid not. Well, then let's tell the station manager that they've got to make room for us topside. Alex shoved his hands in his pockets. This is going to be cute. What, you think that'll somehow make the crowd worse? Paul asked. Might, or will entice some pirates. Reports say there's a lot of activity in this area. Yeah, they told me. Apparently there's a submarine within 20 miles or so. Paul grinned. Could be fun, assuming they're dumb enough to come after an obvious warship. Could be not fun, depending upon what ships they have. We're pretty vulnerable on the surface. Alex didn't want to think about having an old-fashioned gun battle on the surface. Today's submarines weren't armed with deck guns, and small arms would do jack against a pirate. A pirate submarine was less of a worry. Worst case, he could just outrun them. You're creative. Alex laughed. I'm glad I've got your vote of confidence. 2 hours later, and 3 arguments with the station manager, 2 of which concluded with, yes, Alex would use force, aka the Marines, to keep him from sneaking on board the submarine to escape Red Tiger Station, Jimmy Carter eased away from the underwater docking station and headed for the surface. Maggie had the con, but she played with a lock of her hair as the giant attack boat cleared the station and started her surfacing procedures, chewing her lip and staring into the middle distance. You all right, Nav? Alex slipped up to her side, his voice low. Maggie blinked. Yes, sir. Just thinking about how much it must suck to get stuck in a place like this. She shuddered. Makes me think about the future, and how mine's standing still. Is it? War kind of pauses everything, doesn't it? She asked. We're out here, doing what we have to, but our lives are put on hold. Careers too, sometimes. Alex cocked his head. You're still thinking about how you wanted to transfer to Intel. Sometimes. Maggie shrugged. I like making a difference, but escorting convoys in the great dark deep isn't exactly scratching that itch. Maggie blushed. I didn't mean it that way, sir. That's all right. I did. Alex chuckled and tried to ignore the way every eye in control drifted his way. He knew his crew felt the same way as Maggie, like they'd been left out in the cold while others fought and died. I know. It's hard to keep your head up and keep pushing when we always draw the dreary convoy escorts where nothing happens. At least the drive here was suitably scary, Maggie replied, and this little maneuver is a ton of fun. Hey, you did great. Didn't even scrape the paint. Gee, thanks, Captain. Anytime. Alex patted her on the shoulder. We should get some good leave when we get back from this one, so you can try to get a little of your life back on track. That goes for all of you eavesdroppers, too. You really think we'll get some decent time off, Captain? ET2 Velasquez asked from the weapons corner. Alex watched the depth gauge as Maggie expertly brought Jimmy Carter to periscope depth. I can't promise it, but I think so. This is the hairiest mission we've pulled, and that's got to count for something. From your mouth to Uncle Marco's ears, sir, Velasquez grinned. My girlfriend would really like seeing me for more than 5 seconds. Girlfriend? Another petty officer asked. I thought you had a boyfriend. Velasquez laughed. I'm equal opportunity, shipmate. Oh, fuck you, the other sailor replied. Petty Officer Cox! George Kirkland's voice cut through the air like a bird screeching, and Alex fought not to cringe. That is quite enough! Of course, his XO re-entered control just in time to hear sailors joking, and predictably, he objected to sailors being sailors. Sorry, XO. Cox didn't sound particularly sorry, and Alex caught sight of Velasquez smirking before George turned his glare on her. Upscope, Maggie ordered before George could warm up for a rant, and Alex could have hugged her. Surface appears clear visually, Captain. Clear by radar, a junior officer reported. Very well, surface the ship. Surface the ship, aye. Maggie's crisp nod was all professionalism, with no trace of her earlier uncertainty. Diving officer, surface the ship. By peacetime rules, Alex should have been all over the surfacing operation. They should have taken at least 15 minutes searching via the periscope, sonar, and radar, just to make sure they didn't do something stupid, like surface underneath a fishing boat. It had happened before. More than once, humiliating the U.S. Navy. But who was Alex going to surface under out here? A pirate? It would be a novel way of sinking one, that was for sure. Jimmy Carter would survive that easily. Her high 100 hull was tougher than any other American submarine in the water. God help me if that's how I make it onto the sinking scorecard of this war, Alex thought behind a passive face. Still, he stepped up to the scope when Maggie moved clear, because he was a child of a peacetime navy, and looking around was a good idea. One quick sidestepping rotation told him the surface was indeed clear, at least within 5 miles of Jimmy Carter. The 6 transplats of Red Tiger Station loomed off to port, little mechanical islands sticking out of an otherwise calm ocean. One of them was half burned and looked melted, but there were a few ships and submarines at all the others. Merchants, trawlers, and fishing boats. He thought he even saw one whaler. Was that legal in this part of the world? It's not as busy as I expected, Maggie said in an undertone as Alex stepped away from the periscope. There's a civil war on, and not everyone wants to play. He grimaced, making room for George to check as well. Why did George have to be so damned good at following some procedures and such a stick in the mud about everything else? Civil War seems like the only war where everyone gets a seat at the table. Maggie made a face, particularly out here. Yeah, but would you want to be an innocent merchantman? Merchant woman, stuck in the middle of this mess? Captain, I don't even want to be on a submarine surfacing in the middle of it, she replied. This seems dangerous as all hell. I agree with the navigator, Captain. George pulled away from the scope, scowling. Exposing ourselves on the surface is a risk of the highest magnitude. Risks are part of doing business. Alex wished his head wasn't pounding so hard, but now wasn't the time to retreat to his stateroom and grab some painkillers. We've got a mission to complete, and we need to be surfaced to do it. So how about we stop complaining and get on with the show? Sir, are we certain their equipment is that important? George asked. We were ordered to remove the team, not whatever they're bringing with them. The danger to the ship outweighs whatever importance their cargo has. You really want to explain that to Uncle Marco? Or Admiral Hamilton? Alex didn't add. Opening the cargo doors under wartime conditions just invites trouble. George crossed his arms. Will these people even get a crane up there in time? How can we trust the station staff when their loyalty is unknown? I assume we can trust the money Pulsar Powers put down. Alex held up a hand when George opened his mouth to argue further. You have good points, XO, but we're here to take the Fogborn team and their gear back to Alliance territory. A little danger doesn't excuse us from that duty. We're at war. George's nose wrinkled. I still think the risks are unnecessary. I'm heading up to the bridge, Maggie said. Do you care to join me, Captain? Oh Lord, did Alex want to get away from George's fear-mongering. But he couldn't leave George here to fret and infect the watch and control. How did he counter this? George had good points, but damn, the man lacked courage. A lurking form filled the hatch to his left, and Alex almost smiled. XO, would you take Colonel Swanson midships to show him where the hatch is? He's going to have to form up a team to cover it when we're alongside. Stiffening, George shot him a look that could almost be called a glare. Aye, Captain. If there was anyone he could trust to sit on George, it was Paul. Paul had no patience for cowardice, and he outranked the XO. He also outmassed him by at least 100 pounds, so if he had to actually sit on him, Paul would win that contest too. Alex threw Paul a grateful look, and then scurried up the ladder on Maggie's heels. Diego Garcia, the British Indian Ocean Territory. Bayat. You ready to go off and try your hand at being the designated bad guy, David? Nancy found her combat systems officer, and Battle Station's tactical actions officer, standing on Fletcher's aft missile deck, watching the sunset over Diego Garcia. He must have heard her coming, however, because Lieutenant Commander David Attar just smiled. I think finding the weird places sailors hide contraband could be a fun challenge, ma'am. Just last week, the XO and I found porn stashed under... She held up a hand. I really don't want to know. I've seen enough. David grinned. Sorry, Captain. Oh, no need to apologize. You'll see plenty when you head over to Evans. An XO's job is rarely fun, but it's always full of surprises. Nancy chuckled. There will be plenty of shit-stained porn coming your way, I'm sure. Isn't that what you've got a chief engineer for? Depends on how much you like Chang. They laughed together before Nancy sobered. You ready for one last ride with us before you go? I won't lie. I'll be sorry to see you go. I'm proud to be on Fletcher, ma'am. Always am. Even if it means missing the next battle for the Somme? She asked. David shuddered. The first one was enough for me. He didn't need to mention the unmitigated disaster of the second battle. They all tried not to. Or think of the friends they lost in the first. Same here. I think I've had enough glory hunting. Nancy wasn't sure she could say the same for Admiral Anderson, which was why she was relieved to be out from under the ambitious Admiral's command. Anderson was hunting for the perfect victory, the one that would launch her career toward a third star and beyond. Nancy had her fill of that with Admiral McNally, who froze up in the first battle of the Somme and got 3 ships sunk. He also might have started the entire war, but no one on the American side admitted that. I think there's probably some glory to be found in the surface action group that Admiral Rosario was forming up, Captain, David replied. Or at least some good to be done. That's the key, Nancy replied. We've got to do the job. Kill the enemy before they can sink our merchant ships. Find their submarines before they can wreck our economy. If there's glory to be found, it'll follow. It was easy to say that, as a woman who already wore the Silver Star, of course. Nancy knew her career was moving in the right direction. She didn't need another great battle to seal the deal. But she hoped she would have felt that way anyway, even if she hadn't already been there, with her back against the wall, watching missiles fly, friends die, and ships burn. No, she didn't envy the ships of the Lexington Strike Group going in for another shot at the Strait of Malacca. Nancy hoped they'd succeed. She hoped the overwhelming force Admiral Anderson put together would do the job. She had no desire to be there in the event it failed. The mid-Indian Ocean, en route to the Strait of Malacca. USS Lexington, CVN-84, Strike Group. If that sub isn't on their toes, it's going to get very hairy for the advance group, Charlie Markey said quietly. Commander Fletch Goddard and his executive officer sat in his day cabin, looking over the battle plan one more time. They still had 7 days to plan, but Fletch knew the history of battles in this area. Everything that could go wrong would go wrong. He sighed, staring at the wall over Charlie's head. His day cabin remained sparsely furnished. Fletch didn't believe in bringing priceless mementos or nice decorations to see. He'd seen too many friends have their favorite pictures sunk out from under them. No, he kept a copy of a picture of his son on one wall and a poster of his favorite football team on the other. And that was enough. Well, and a couple of really good pillows. He'd be sorry to lose those if Parramatta went down, but one could not sleep on shit pillows. You're not bloody wrong, Fletch grimaced. I don't like the last-minute swap either. Douglas was part of the planning from the beginning. Hard to argue with it when Douglas is on the bottom, Charlie shrugged. Still, it does feel a little like Comsub Pack is covering his arse with the orders he gave Razorback, doesn't it? Or like he doesn't trust Admiral Anderson, Fletch replied. Toxic combination. Charlie grimaced. I really didn't want to get in the middle of an American Admiral pissing contest this week, particularly when one of them is doing it by damned proxy. Fletch shook himself. Wool gathering over which admiral distrusted another most wasn't going to help his ship in the coming battle, and he had a 36-year-old frigate to get through this fight. Particularly now that Parramatta was confirmed as part of the advance group, christened SAG, Surface Action Group, Alpha. That's not our fight. Let's get ready for the one that is, he said. First assumption, Razorback is sunk before Dalton can take out the bulk of the forces in the strait. What then? Then we're in the hot seat, and it's going to hurt. Charlie sat back. Intelligence says the Indians placed BrahMos NG missiles in portable launchers on Penang Island when they took it from Malaysia. Fletch grimaced. Malaysia and Thailand, both of which bordered the northeastern entrance to the Strait of Malacca, were part of the alliance. Unfortunately, Indonesia, which bordered the northwestern side, was allied with the Freedom Union. Singapore hung on to neutrality by a thread, trying to play the modern-day equivalent of Switzerland, and so far managing. But Singapore's lack of belligerence couldn't help them here. Indonesia's wretchedly long coastline would be to the strike group's starboard side during their entire transit, and while reaching Singapore meant they could make a port turn toward neutral, if not friendly, waters, it would be a long 500 miles before they reached that point. Leaning back in his chair, Fletch wondered if Admiral Anderson had considered how that turn northward sent ships straight into the South China Sea. That haven of piracy wouldn't be won back with a smart battle, which meant a lot of merchant traffic traveled through the Java Sea, straight through Indonesian waters. Life was full of great choices, wasn't it? There are also missiles at Belwan on mainland Indonesia, and reports of CDCM sites on Raput, Bengkalis, and Rangsang Islands, Charlie continued. Any news on if they've taken the Andaman and Nicobar Islands? I know there was fear they'd move in on them. None yet. I sent an inquiry to Admiral Anderson's staff yesterday, but intel has nothing. Lovely. So cruise missile sites full of BrahMos missiles on at least 4 islands, plus at Belwan. plus potential fighter jets at Malacca Saleh Airport. Fletch glanced at the briefing again. And intel indicates at least 4 submarines in the strait, as well as 6 Indian destroyers, 1 French destroyer, 1 frigate, and assorted patrol craft. Theoretically, we outnumber them. Charlie rolled her eyes. But it would be nice if the advance force wasn't being sent out like so much bait. Be nice. The Admiral's promised us air cover. I'm getting sick of Yank promises, sir. We're all in this together, Charlie, Fletch replied. We fought and bled enough side by side to give them a little benefit of the doubt. Forgive me, Captain. She shook her head. It's not Yanks in general I'm fed up with, more this Admiral. Aye, that I can get behind. Fletch cracked a smile. But you didn't hear that. Hear what, sir? The South China Sea. Location unspecified. Cap, we've got an interesting report. Jenny poked her head into Diego Reyes' luxurious stateroom aboard destroyer. Siren says she saw what looks like a Navy submarine surfacing near Red Tiger Station. Really? Diego sat up straight, the movie he was watching forgotten. Siren was ex-Passat, a Russian-built Nanuchka-class corvette that he'd snapped up when she decommissioned in the mid-2020s. In fact, Siren had been the first ship in Diego's little fleet, and it was the prizes he took with her that enabled him to purchase his current flagship. Destroyer was far better suited to a pirate's life. Submarines were made for stealth, and no one built them like Germany. But he kept his fleet of surface ships. They were useful for escorting prizes to port. They also looked impressive. She sent pictures if you're interested, Jenny replied. I forwarded them to your account. Diego grabbed his tablet, pulling them up right away. Sure enough, there was a sleek, black submarine heading toward one of Red Tiger's transplats. Susie, if he wasn't mistaken. Only navies painted their submarines that boring black color. Even he'd had Destroyer painted a neutral gray with blue stripes. It wouldn't do to be mistaken for a belligerent and have someone kill his submarine while on the surface. Wartime was the one time that looking like a warship would not do. He whistled. This is an American boat. Is it? Jenny shrugged. I've never been great at telling them apart visually. Give me a sonar signature any day. Diego chuckled. Jenny was an excellent navigator, but a little short-sighted on the intelligence side. But that was fine. He didn't pay her to cover intel. He had other people for that, like Cynthia Patterson over on Siren. She was damned smart and knew what to report. See the slope at the bottom of the sail? She's an American fast attack, big bitch though, he frowned. Probably a late model Virginia. Diego started doing math. How much would the Russians or Indians pay for a Virginia? Would they double it if he could get the boat with her intelligence intact? Talk about the mother lode. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Cynthia also sent along another report. Jenny interrupted his daydreaming. Something about a pulsar power research team creating a miniaturized fusion reactor? What's that have to do with this? Apparently they're on Red Tiger Station. Oh my. Diego looked at the pictures again, wondering how long it took to get an enormous beast like that underway again once they were pierside. Nuclear reactors took forever to start up, didn't they? Maybe he'd get lucky, and they'd stay for days. Contact Valiant and Pearl. Tell them to head for our position as fast as they can. We've got a new target. Jenny turned to go, but then paused. The team or the submarine? Both, if my guess is right. Diego bared his teeth. And if we get these two, we may never have to ply the pirates' trade again. Chapter 22. Battle Plans. Moored. Shift colors. Alex didn't like admitting he sighed in relief when Jimmy Carter was made fast to Red Tiger Station's number 4 transplant. Maybe he'd been listening to George natter for too long. Still, things appeared to be trucking along on schedule. Alex leaned against the edge of the sail and glanced around, taking in the 5-spoked transplant that lay against the water like a giant mechanized starfish. Piers jutted off each spoke like smaller barnacles, and about half the berths were occupied. The ones around Jimmy Carter were not. They were at the last pier along the second spoke, closest to open water and, hopefully, away from any trouble. Much to his surprise, the crane was ready and waiting for them. Apparently that last spirited talk with the station manager worked. It was a little after noon, and a few hours loading wouldn't put them much behind schedule. All Alex had to do was get this done, and then get the hell out of here. He picked up his radio. "Swanson, Coleman, your team ready in the hangar?" "Ready to rock and roll," Paul's scratchy voice replied. "Captain XO, we need a team on the pier before we open the side door." George was tasked with supervising that evolution, but did he have to sound so panicked? "Captain I, break. Swanson, your other team ready?" "Taking them to the pier myself." "Aye." Alex took a deep breath as Paul's team of 8 Marines jogged down the brow to the pier, weapons in hand. The other 5 were still guarding the fog-borne boxes, but Alex could see those coming down the pier on a flatbed pallet mover. An alarm sounded, and Maggie's voice spoke over the 1MC. "All hands stand clear as side cargo door opens. I say again, all hands stand clear as side cargo door opens." He turned to look at Maggie as the giant door on Jimmy Carter's port side started opening. It was almost flush with the waterline, and Alex really didn't like the idea of opening it way out here, where open ocean-size waves could get them. But what choice did he have? "Well, this should be fun," he said. "What's going to go wrong next?" "Did you have to go and say that out loud, Captain?" Maggie shook her head like he was a misbehaving child. "You have heard of Murphy's Law, haven't you?" "Yeah, but—" "Coleman, Swanson, we got a bunch of civilians coming down the pier behind the gear." Paul's voice was level, but Alex could hear the tension beneath the professional cadence. "Gunny tells me the crowd followed them from below." "See?" Maggie snorted. "This is what you get for asking what's going wrong next." "Captain I, break. Weps, how long does your team need to open that door?" Benji's voice sounded strained. "At least 10 mics, Captain. The hydraulics are old and cranky. Not sure what'll happen if we push them." If Alex squinted, he could see the crowd marching down the pier. How long would it take them to reach Jimmy Carter? Shouts traveled well across open water when the wind was right, and he could hear people screaming obscenities already over the door's hydraulic squeals. Fucking joy. Washington, D.C. Freddie Hamilton cleaned her glasses on a cloth and tried not to look annoyed. Toying with them bought her time to get her temper under control, and Lord did she need it. Not for the first time, she wished Marco Rodriguez was here. Marco would have called this political pimple something foul, like a shit-eating wankhammer, and then the conversation would have ended with Martin Fowler being kicked out like the weasel he was. Marco would have died before he let this self-important politician lecture him. Freddie did not have that luxury. Undersecretary of State Martin Fowler was a worm who she had far too much experience with. Like many government flunkies, he thought he knew more about the Navy than he did, and was frequently found at bars within the Beltway bragging about how his tactics would have won the war already. Most people ignored him like the windbag he was once he started drinking. Pity Moore didn't ignore him when he was sober. In the office, Fowler had the Secretary of State's ear. A self-proclaimed man of peace, Fowler was nonetheless willing to stick other people's necks out, provided he was never in danger. His bland wrapper of curly, dark blonde hair, cheap sweaters, and glasses hid a malicious center that couldn't handle danger, fear, or any of the other shallow emotions warfighters dealt with every day. Somehow, even after a handful of those warfighters saved him on Armistice Station, Fowler still managed to look down his crooked nose at every uniformed service member he encountered. "I'm afraid the State Department simply can't support that position." Fowler folded his hands, affecting a smile Freddie knew was anything but apologetic. "Our study of weapons and submarine proliferation indicates that diesel submarine production outnumbers nuclear submarine production by a factor of 2 to 3. Maisie McLean, the Secretary of Defense, narrowed her eyes. "I do not see why that means you cannot support the proposal, Mr. Undersecretary." Fowler ignored her, despite the fact McLean was on par with his absent boss, turning to the Chief of Naval Operations. Admiral David Chan knew less about submarines than McLean and Fowler put together, but it was nice to see that Fowler's misogyny survived the fight on Armistice Station. "Admiral, certainly you can see that faster-built diesel-electric submarines are the answer. Your Navy is bleeding badly. Our analysis is that other nations have successfully filled the gap with diesels, specifically those with advanced independent propulsion. I see no reason why we can't do the same." Admiral Chan, callsign Scrap, hesitated. Freddie could see the argument, and the endless facts and figures Fowler's staff called up earlier to support it were swaying him. She cleared her throat. "Admiral, if I may—" "Of course." Scrap turned a blinding smile toward her. "Mr. Secretary, you know Admiral Hamilton, of course. She is the Navy's senior submariner and our top expert on this subject." "I'm sure the Navy has studied the new design exhaustively, Admiral." Fowler wrinkled his nose. "However, the world has changed since the new SSN design began. We must change with it." Freddie had shed blood with this man. It would be nice to have him acknowledge her existence, if not her expertise. She sucked in a deep breath. Now was not the time to think like Marco and dream about throwing Fowler out a window, or what might have happened if they left him back on Armistice Station. It was a pity the man had a top-secret clearance. Otherwise, abandoning him might have been justified. It was the one thing she and Commander Coleman agreed on. Diesel submarines, even AIP, are well-suited for navies who expect to fight battles in their own front yards, Mr. Secretary, Freddie said once she was certain she had her temper under control. Our submarines undertake long deployments and spend extended amounts of time underwater. Even the most advanced diesel cannot meet U.S. Navy requirements. And yet, Fowler made a show of checking his notes, the average submerged period during the war has just been 3 weeks. An AIP boat can do that, can't they, Admiral? Freddie gritted her teeth hard enough to give herself a migraine. "They can, but you're already talking about a theater of war that is 10,000 miles from home." "So we put them on a heavy-lift ship and deliver them." Fowler's eyes gleamed. The man always liked to think of himself as an expert. "Let's not talk about how good of a target that would make for our enemies." Freddie tried not to smile. She failed. Fowler sniffed. "I dislike your tone, Admiral." "I dislike your cowardice," she didn't say, but it was hard. Instead, Freddie shrugged. "Mr. Secretary, I apologize if dislike for the enemy has colored my tone." She smiled sweetly. "But the fact remains, the Navy needs boats that can operate in any and all environments, including long-distance deployments. I would also personally hesitate to put a diesel under the ice, which is a requirement when operating in our northern theater against Russia." "Russia has not yet made aggressive moves against Alaska." "Respectfully, Martin, you know that won't last," Secretary McLean spoke up again. "We haven't initiated hostilities in the north because we're short on ships and submarines. Russia probably hasn't for the same reason. But eventually, some shipbuilding programs will catch up. and whoever moves first will have the advantage. Then we should certainly build diesel submarines. Fowler flashed Freddy a victorious grin before refocusing on the Secretary of Defense. They're faster and cheaper to build. All our enemies have them. Besides, I'm not proposing we replace all of our nuclear submarines with them, just your new SSN design. In the interest of speed, of course. It would require an entirely new design. McLean shook her head. That requires years of study and work. Fowler cocked his head. I'm sorry, did you not know that Pulsar already has a design for a Pegasus-class AIP diesel boat? One they're ready to start production on next week, if funded? McLean's eyes narrowed. Why is this the first I've heard of that? That's a good question, Madam Secretary, Fowler beamed. Vice Admiral Hamilton here has already reviewed the design and made a few useful suggestions. Admiral? McLean twisted to look at her, and Freddy did not like the way the Secretary of Defense's eyes narrowed. Maisie McLean didn't like getting caught off guard, particularly not by an officious worm like Fowler. Care to explain? I was given an informal look at a potential design, Freddy replied, her shoulders tensing. I looked at it as a professional courtesy, nothing more. To her right, Scrap fidgeted. Would the CNO admit he strong-armed her into looking at the proposal? It hadn't been a terrible design, heavily based off the old Australian Collins class, but Freddy sure hadn't signed off on it. Had Scrap? McLean turned her laser gaze back on the State Department weenies. Mr. Fowler? Surely that level of review provides an excellent leg up. We could enter production quickly. Pulsar is already securing yard space. How fast? Scrap leaned forward in his chair. Fast enough to help mitigate some of our current losses? Sir, one diesel boat, no matter how advanced, cannot match a nuclear attack sub, Freddy said. Scrap waved a hand. The optics will help us, though. NSSN can't get into production for at least 6 months, and then it'll be more than a year until she's in the water. Can your Pegasus beat that? Fowler grinned. Admiral, Pulsar's timeline says we could have the first boat in the water by this time next year. Freddy opened her mouth to argue, and then snapped it shut once she caught sight of Scrap's grin. That 1,000-megawatt thing could have powered Chicago for a month with electricity left over. Even Secretary McLean looked cautious but eager, which meant Freddy's objections were going to be overruled no matter how smartly she made them. Better to save her ammunition and her credibility for another day. Somehow, 13 Marines kept a full-on riot from rushing the submarine. Alex didn't think it was the dozen sailors he sent to help. Even armed with 9mm handguns, sailors didn't look nearly as threatening as Paul's team. Nor was it Red Tiger Station security, who just kind of folded when the crowd pushed them, wandering off and watching from the sidelines instead of trying to hold a perimeter. The Marines, however, looked like business. Paul pulled them in as close to the boat as he dared, too, just far enough out to cover both the side door, which was finally open, and the brow leading up to the midships quarterdeck. It helped that it was hard to rush a tiny brow less than 4 feet wide. An angry Marine with a rifle at one end and an annoyed sailor at the other deterred most people. That set the crowd to throwing things, from vegetables to tennis balls to trash. Supposedly safe up on the sail, Alex dodged a beer can and swore. That fucker was full, he said as it bounced off the hull and into the water with a splash. What a waste. Nice to be loved by the locals, huh, Captain? Master Chief Morton took the riot with a typical Cobb's aplomb, shrugging. Alex scowled. You know, I've played this game before, and it wasn't much fun last time either. Was that on Armistice Station with or without Kansas? He turned a narrow-eyed look on his senior enlisted advisor. You've got too many friends, Master Chief. That's not a story I like sharing. Your nasty secrets are safe with me, sir. But I know Master Chief Casey, Morton winked. You might even say I trained him. Admitting you're old as dirt isn't a good look. Nah, everyone knows I pulled my retirement papers and signed up for one more tour on Smiley when shit went down and the world chose violence. Morton shrugged. Ain't no surprise to anyone who knows me. I'm an old asshole, but I'm your asshole, sir. He nodded at the crowd. And I've seen an angry mob or two in my time. No reflection on your leadership or your actions. Sure as shit ain't your fault that we're here to pull 5 lucky fuckers off the station while the rest rot. I wouldn't want to be here either, Alex whispered. That's why we joined the Navy, sir. So that at least when we're at the mercy of someone else's piss-ass choices, we're mobile. Alex surprised himself by laughing. I guess so. If it's any consolation, Chin told me about what went down on Kansas. You got the raw end of the deal, but I'm glad it meant we got you here on Jimmy Carter. Old girl's got some life left in her yet, and if anyone's worthy of her, it's you. Thanks. Alex swallowed, his stomach full of eels. You tell anyone else on the crew? Not my story to share. Morton grinned. But I should probably get down and put some spine in the XO. He's down there trying to help Weps, and we all know how that's going to go, don't we? Alex groaned and turned his attention back to the chanting crowd. Take us with you, was the main cry. More colorful ones, in several languages, were largely drowned out, but Alex could make out some of them. He was better at math and computer languages than he'd ever been at anything other than English, though, so he only understood a little. Paul had taught him enough Spanish that he recognized some of the twisted suggestions his sailors and Marines received. He imagined the Chinese shouts were much the same. People were people, particularly when they were frightened. USS Lexington, CVN 84 Strike Group. I don't like this, John muttered to his XO, as yet another request for information came from the strike group. Lieutenant Commander Patricia Abercrombie grimaced. Makes those independent orders feel a little constricting, yeah. Not that. He crossed his arms. Oh, I don't like them asking for information every 45 seconds either, but I don't like the way it ups our chance of detection. I read the last data dump from Douglas again, and they were up in full comms when they went down. Voice and data. They stood in a quiet corner of Razorback's efficient attack center. They were between exercises, and the normal underway watch was manned, so the hum of activity was minimal. Just officers and petty officers doing their jobs well. John never could hide a shiver of pride every time he looked at them. This was his crew. He hadn't trained them, but they were his. Was it wrong to be grateful that Dave Harney had lost his cookies when faced with 2 plum targets? Poor Pat had to push that bad news upstairs, but it ended with John in command of Razorback. John had inherited an uncertain crew, but damn had they come together in the year he'd been on board. Once, he'd thought nothing could compare to his command ride on Zero. Now, NUIC, Pat pronounced the acronym for the Naval Undersea Warfare Center as NUIC, says there's like a 7% chance of detection in full comms. NUIC also said we had the best torpedo in the world with the Mark 48 Seabass, and we'd never need to close to under 10 nautical miles to fire. John's smile held no humor, and that our boats are the quietest in the world. She sighed. Anyone who's ever tried hunting a requin knows better than that. Exactly. I'm a big believer in American ingenuity and brilliance, but we've gotten spanked pretty good so far this war. If we've learned some of our assumptions are wrong, why aren't we questioning the others? Sir, you keep saying stuff like that, and I'm going to wonder why you're not a flag officer. John laughed. I've only been a captain a couple years, and I don't have enough gray hair. Before Pat could answer, the radio watch approached. Sorry for interrupting, Captain, but you've got an outside line call. A what? John twisted to stare at the unfortunate petty officer, who shrugged. She knew her captain's bark was way worse than his bite. "Admiral Rodriguez said you wouldn't mind taking his call in your stateroom, sir." "When you put it that way, I sure won't." Shaking his head, John slapped Patricia on the shoulder. "Hold down the fort, and try to minimize how much we send to the carrier, will ya? I'll see if I can finagle us some better orders for the run-up to the battle." "I'm on it, sir." John cast a quick look around the attack center before ducking out. Everything was in place for the battle. His people were sharp and ready. Why was he so worried? Right. He was going back to the Strait of Malacca. Shaking himself free of the memories before he reached his stateroom was hard, but not being at his mental best when talking to Uncle Marco was like asking a hungry bear not to eat him. "How can I help you, Admiral?" John asked as he picked up the phone, glad that his boat was at least not receiving yet another video call. He didn't want to think about how much data that left swirling around the atmosphere for detection. "You can fucking live through this battle, that's what," Rodriguez's accented voice replied. "Your next set of orders won't come in writing for a bit. I'm still ironing the dates out, but I thought I'd do you the goddamned courtesy of telling you myself." "Orders?" A lump formed in John's throat. "Sir, I've only been on Razorback 13 months. "And you're still alive, by some fucking miracle. Need I remind you how many of your peers aren't?" "That would be more of an argument to leave me where I am." "In a perfect world, sure, but not in this fucktastic universe," Rodriguez snorted. "Sooner or later, your dance card is gonna get pulled. That means I need to yoink you out of that boat before it happens, and in payment for your many sins, move you on to bigger and better, well, bigger things anyway." John needed a long moment to make his mouth move. "Bigger, sir?" "We need admirals like you," Rodriguez continued. "But you're too damn junior. The CNO will have kittens if we try to pin stars on you without giving you another command first. So I'm giving you the subtender Nereus. Don't fuck it up, and you'll be commanding a squadron this time next year." That would make him a Commodore with less than 25 years in the Navy. Making flag had always been John's goal, but he'd never imagined stars would come so fast. And yet... "How soon do I have to leave Razorback?" he asked as his chest grew tight. Would this battle be his last patrol? Was this his last chance to make a difference? And if so, did it have to be in the goddamned Somme? "Your orders will be along in a couple weeks. Probably detach you a little before Thanksgiving. Let you go home. Spend 6 weeks or so with the wife and decompress. Assuming you like her enough to do that." "Of course I do." "Then you'll take command of Nereus in mid-January, after having shaken some of this shit off your boots." "Sir, I don't need—" "The fuck you don't. You all do. You just don't know it," Rodriguez said. "You'll need to slow down from the fast attack life, learn about your new surface ship, and be a human being before you have to think about being a warfighter again. Consider it a fucking Christmas present." "It's September, Admiral." "Like I said, don't die, all right, John? We need more people like you to pass on what you've learned, to teach others to think like you. You can't do that if you're dead on the bottom." John swallowed. No pressure there. All he had to do was drive his submarine into the Strait of Malacca against an unknown number of enemy forces, sink as many of them as possible, and survive. All in a place that tried its damnedest to kill him once. But there was only one thing to say. "Aye, aye, sir." 20 minutes did nothing to change the atmosphere on Red Tiger Station's transplant for the better. If anything, the long process of loading the first cargo container through Jimmy Carter's side door only made the crowd antsier and louder. Alex's cell phone rang. Jumping, he'd forgotten it was even in his pocket, but he always grabbed it before surfacing. He pulled it out and answered it. "Coleman." "Captain, I am a person with interest in the boxes you are loading on board your submarine, an unfamiliar voice said. And I understand the crowd is making it dangerous for you to remain on Red Tiger Station. I can make it well worth your while for you to depart now without loading that material on board. His jaw dropped. Excuse me? Name the account, and you will receive $10 million, American, of course, for leaving those boxes behind. Alex glanced around wildly, but there were at least a dozen people on the pier on the phone, and he couldn't tell if there was shouting coming from both ends or just his. And the rioters wanted to leave with Jimmy Carter, not get him to leave Fogborn's research behind. What the hell is going on here? We can up the offer to $15 million. Alex had faced attempted bribery a few times when he was on Armistice Station, but that had been peanuts. Small change. People wanting to know ship and sub-arrival and departure dates. Classified information to be sure, but nothing worth millions. He'd always reported it, because his career had been in the crapper, not his common sense. Selling classified information was a federal offense. He wasn't sure what this was. Sure, he could probably pull chalks, play the safety card, and cry that the riots chased Jimmy Carter away. Paul was a good enough friend to back him up if he really felt that way. But Alex didn't, and Paul shouldn't. And holy shit, he'd read the article on a Pulsar team cracking fusion, and put two and two together. But fusion was a pipe dream. That team you're bringing back could change the very future of submarine warfare, Admiral Hamilton had said. Who the hell is this? He demanded. That's not your concern. You don't even need to tell us if you'll take the deal. Just leave the containers, and you'll find the money in your bank account, the unknown voice said. But if you prefer an alternate account, you will have to tell me now. You know what? Alex Coleman said. You can fuck right off. He hung up the phone. What's our range, Jenny? 20 nautical miles and closing cap. 2 hours at current speed. Could make it a bit faster if you want to push it. Diego shook his head, sitting back in the comfortable chair he'd had installed in Destroyer's control room. It paid to be a pirate, and not a naval captain. There was nothing like personalizing his submarine. Are Siren and Weirwood on time to play catchers? Weirwood is 5 minutes behind us. Siren's already on station. Jenny grinned. The Americans have no idea she's nasty. She's just sitting there, flying a Filipino flag, all innocent-like. Good, Diego grinned. We'll wait for them to pull away from the station and take them before they submerge. We'll be the threat, and then the surface ships can snap her right up. There's going to be a lot of American sailors on that submarine. Jenny's face twitched. You thinking about ransom? During a war? Hell no. Nobody'll pay up in the time worth feeding them. We'll put them on rafts and send them back to Red Tiger Station. It'll probably take months for their navy to pull them off. Diego smirked. By then, we'll be long gone. She shrugged. We could sell them to the Russians. I hear they have a bounty for Alliance submariners. Diego scowled. A stupid pirate makes a really deadly enemy of the U.S. Navy. They won't forgive us in a hurry for stealing one of their submarines, but how bad do you think they'll want us dead if we sell 100 or so of their people? He asked. Submarines are just metal. People breathe. Good point, Jenny shuddered. I like breathing too. And I like rich breathing, which is why we're smart pirates, Jenny. Now, let's take this prize. The shouting echoed through the hull, even into the wardroom. Alex could ignore it, even if every thump of something hitting the boat reminded him of the sound of explosions back on Armistice Station. But it made Dr. Leifson twitch. Thank you for taking the time to load our gear, she said, grimacing as another something splatted against the hull. And I'm really sorry about, well, that. Don't worry, Jimmy Carter is made of high 100 steel. It'll take worse than some trash and tomatoes to hurt her," Alex replied, ignoring the way George muttered about the sound-absorbing tiles coming loose. The youngest scientist on Leifson's team seemed to hear him, though. She looked Taiwanese, and impossibly close to the age of Alex's oldest daughter. Her head jerked up, eyes wide. "They won't come off, will they? That would be a problem. People could hear us." "Of course that would be a problem." George was almost vibrating with anxiety. "Anything that increases our sonar signature is a problem, Miss Dr. Ning Tang," the girl smiled. "I have a PhD. George's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. Alex held up a hand. "Exo, will you go get on the horn with Red Tiger Station and see what's holding up our departure?" "I'm on it, sir." Happy to have a task, George bustled out. Alex felt another sand of exhaustion trickle in. How many more times would he have to come up with something useful for George to do? "We're glad to help, Doctor," he said to Leifson. "Now, Weps, Lieutenant Engler, is getting your gear stowed and will be underway as soon as the station lets us. But first, I have a question. What the hell do you have in those boxes that's so important that someone just tried to bribe me to leave it behind?" "Bribe?" Leifson stared. "It's probably the same assholes who keep trying to bribe us," Tang said. "They never say who they are, but they're always flashing money around in the millions." Sounds about 15 million shades of right. Alex's eyes narrowed. "But what are they trying to pay for?" Maggie asked. She'd already reported the attempt. Intelligence was one of her collateral duties, and Alex told her right away. Which meant she had almost as much time to think it over as Alex did. And unlike George, she didn't freak out. "Fusion's the future of the nuclear world, sure, but no one's made a real breakthrough in years. Workable fusion isn't going to be portable for a decade." Tang raised her hand. "You just loaded the prototype on your submarine." "I just what?" Alex asked. "Technically, it's a model, but it would work if fueled." Leifson's smile was apologetic. "The real reactor is powering Red Tiger Station, though that's the larger version." "Come on! You have to understand how amazing fusion is. No runaway reactions, no meltdowns, no radioactive waste," Tang said. "You get 3 to 4 more times energy than fission reactions, with none of the dirty stuff and like 2% the risk, if that. Controlling a fission reaction is an engineering nightmare." "You do know there's a fission reaction being controlled just aft of you," Marty drawled. "And do you enjoy that?" Tang asked. "Ning," Leifson said. "I do," Marty replied. Tang crossed her arms. "You're weird." "Dr. Tang, every officer in this room is a trained nuclear engineer," Alex said. "We all appreciate the benefits of fusion. It's just been the holy grail for so long that hearing you've achieved it in a submarine-sized reactor is like having 1,000 birthdays come early." "More like 1,000,000, Tang smirked. "You should see how Pulsar reacted." "Hey, Cap, I just got an interesting message." Jenny twisted in her chair to beckon him over, and Captain Diego Reyes reluctantly rose to join her. "What do you have? I hope it's nothing to chase us off our prey." "No, it's a better offer for the scientists and hardware on board that American submarine. It just went out to all pirate groups in the area. Someone, and by someone I mean a contact I know works with the Indian Navy, is willing to pay 10 million big bucks to get their hands on them." "Well now," Diego purred. "That changes my mind about grabbing people, doesn't it?" Chapter 23. Hide and Seek. Paul's radio crackled, barely loud enough to be heard over the shrieking crowd. "Swanson, Coleman, 5 mics." "Aye." He didn't like admitting that his sweaty fingers almost slipped on the talk button, but riots were really not Paul's area of expertise. Holding one back with just 13 Marines, himself included, was a pretty picnic he hoped never to feast from again. The pier was full to bursting, from where the Marines guarded Jimmy Carter's slowly rising side door and brow to the other, fortunately empty, side. Shouting people filled the space all the way back to where the pier met the transplant proper, spilling over onto the next pier over. "I could really do with some riot shields right now, Colonel," Gunny Koshera panted. Her right eye was black, courtesy of a thrown bean can, but she was better off than Frankie. His broken right arm was bundled up against his chest, while his rifle was nestled against his left shoulder. No one in the crowd knew Frankie couldn't shoot worth a shit left-handed. Paul didn't mean for them to find out. The crowd had grown exponentially in the hour it took to swing those 5 damned white crates on board. Paul didn't know or care why it took submariners so long to crane anything over. It looked easy, but hell, nothing was simple on a submarine. It was his job to hold the line and keep the angry locals away, which, so far, threats and a few shots in the air had done. Unfortunately, there were a few assholes in the group who understood the concept of strength in numbers. They were the ones pushing from the back, yelling for others to do the same, shoving against the Marines like they were goddamned Greek hoplites. "All right," Paul bellowed over the din of the crowd. "Time to carve out a little space. Fire Team 1, take aim at fatty and non-lethal parts. Fire Team 2, take out those trash cans to the left. Fire Team 3, we're in reserve. Non-lethal aimed shots only. Open fire." The sharp crack of automatic rifles split the air as his people obeyed. Until now, Paul had avoided shooting into the crowd, and he still didn't want to hit anyone with a rubber bullet. The 2020s had shown the world how much damage a non-lethal bullet could do, and Paul was not about to put his team on anyone's nightly news. But he needed to win back some space, and there was nothing like coordinated fire from 8 Marines to intimidate a crowd. Shooting the big honking trash bins toward the end of the pier made for a great big bang, too. People shied back, some running for the safety of the transplant hub. Others went down as if cut by a giant scythe, screaming as rubber bullets hit thighs, shoulders, and stomachs. Paul didn't have time to cringe. At least it hurt less than the real bullet he might have put in these people for threatening his team during a time of war. Paul snuck a look at the side door. The damn thing was almost shut, its 30-something-year-old hydraulics squeaking like a dying pig. He cocked his head, judging angles. No way could someone jump up and grab that thing now, not even if they qualified for the NBA. "Ceasefire. Targets of opportunity only. Fire Team 3, fall back to the brow." His smallest fire team scooted through the space their shooting made, sprinting for where Boomer and a quartet of nervous sailors guarded the ramp onto the ship. They made it there without incident. Most of the crowd was still running or cowering. "Fire Team 2, move out." The second group, led by Gunny Koshera, thundered up the brow, taking up station on the slippery deck of the submarine for overwatch. "Hey, you can't leave!" someone in the crowd shouted. "Just watch me," Paul didn't reply. Poking the beast really wouldn't help. "Fire Team 1, move." Paul was the last man on board, gesturing the sailors ahead of him. One idiot from the crowd grabbed for him, but Paul swept him aside with a bear-like arm, and the fool flew backward, yelping. Only once he reached Jimmy Carter's quarterdeck did he turn back, his heart pounding in his ears. He grimaced. No, that was the sound of a man slamming what was left of a metal trash can onto the pier over and over again. "Take us with you!" someone else shouted. "Sir, there's no one there to man the crane and take the brow!" Lieutenant J.G. Alvaro shouted from the quarterdeck up to Alex, still up in the sail. Paul glanced at Koshera. She gestured rudely toward the empty crane. "None of us shot him, sir. I think he ran away." "Fuck it. Cut the thing loose and we'll drop it in the water." Alex cut a hand through the air like he was slicing someone's neck. Paul half expected the young officer to hesitate, but she grinned. "Sullivan, Barnes, go grab axes and go to town on that brow. Just try not to let it scrape the tiles on the way down." Glancing up, Paul caught his old roommate's eye as Alex grinned. Damn, Alex's crew was as crazy as he was. A gaudily painted Corvette watched Jimmy Carter pull away from the transplant from less than a mile away. At first glance, the Corvette's military lines were lost in the riot of colors. It was easy to forget she was Russian-built and armed. That was the idea, of course. Most of her victims thought she was just a rich man's yacht. No one on Jimmy Carter took much notice of the Corvette either. They were too focused on leaving Red Tiger Station in a hurry. Spray from the submarine's propulsor hit the floating pier in her wake, rocking it back and forth like a cheap raft. The pirates on board the Corvette couldn't hear the crowd screaming, but they laughed as people struggled for balance. No one fell overboard, which was something of a pity. It was still fun to watch, entertaining enough that no one studied their target's lines long enough to realize she was not the Virginia-class submarine they believed her to be. Instead, they shrugged and talked about how they didn't have time to earn money with rescue and kidnapping operations, so no one minded much. What they did mind was the way the American submarine tripled the 5-knot speed limit and submerged before they were even 1,000 yards away from the station. Shit! Siren's captain threw her plastic coffee mug and didn't watch it hit the floor. Destroyer Siren, they just submerged. Quick, bastards, you'll have to track them with sonar. Diego Reyes came out of his chair before he could stop himself when the report came through the speakers in his submarine's attack center. They were 10 miles out, and the American was already submerged? He knew their procedures took longer than that. They should be on the surface, and a sitting duck, for at least another hour. Jenny, tell Siren to get on top of them and stay there. They have to be staying shallow. His lip curled. If the American wanted to play hardball, Diego could play along. He'd enjoy this more than they would. On it, Cap. Want to increase speed? Yes, come up to 15 knots. They could remain silent, traveling on batteries at that speed. Destroyer wasn't just any old diesel-powered submarine. She was an advanced U-boat, made with air-independent propulsion that allowed her to recharge her batteries without snorkeling. That gave her much longer legs and much greater speed. Of course, the attack submarine ahead of them could outrun them. They had a nuclear reactor's worth of power and a much bigger propeller. But they had to know to run. Diego would make sure they didn't. Oh, and Jenny? Make sure Weirwood is ready with depth charges. We might have to scare these bastards a little. Diego bared his teeth. Weirwood was a Chinese Type 054 frigate, likewise bought on the black market after she decommissioned. She was barely 30 years old and bristled with every weapon Diego could buy, which, given his successes, were quite numerous. He didn't like wasting weapons, but on a prize like a Virginia-class submarine, he'd do whatever it took to scare them into surrendering. Even if it had gotten harder, now that they'd submerged. Freddy, if you keep calling me like this, people are going to think you like me, Marco said. Today he'd answered the phone himself. The call had come in while he was reading one last intelligence update before bed, snuggled up with a tablet in his apartment, and pretending not to care about anyone while he drank a hot chocolate laced with whiskey. Not too much whiskey, of course. Marco couldn't afford to be a drunk. But a little took the edge off and helped him sleep. It's 3 a.m. here, you idiot. I'm not calling you to read you love poetry, she replied, her voice scratchy. Then fucking tell me what you want so we can both go to sleep. I just got confirmation that there's a leak about Jimmy Carter's mission. It's going to go out in the Post tomorrow, she said. Marco sat up fast and downed his cocoa, feeling the fiery burn of whiskey in his throat. Fucking what? I need you to reroute them to Diego Garcia. We don't dare send them back to Perth now. That could have waited until morning, Freddy. Marco shook his head, trying to clear it. The leak's more important, right? Maybe. I got a tip from a friend who works at the paper, but they can't tell me the source. I'm worried it's on the boat. You think it's that CO you don't like, that Coleman creature? No. He's so honest he might hurt himself trying to lie. Freddy's growl came through loud and clear on the secure line. He's a pain in the ass, but not a security risk. Not that one. Roger that. Someone else on the boat, then? Leaves us about 130 other options. About 150 if you count the Marines, Marco groaned. No way we'll figure that out from here. No, but we have to keep this team safe, Marco. If we lose them, we lose the future. Marco swung his legs out of bed and grabbed for his uniform. Let me see what I can do. I'll get back to you. Just don't send any more assets into the South China Sea, she said. The CNO told me he'd rather Jimmy Carter sink than admit we're there. Someone ought to tell that asshole we're at war, Marco growled. I try to every day, Freddy replied. No wonder why she sounded so exhausted. Remind me to never try for more than 3 stars, okay? I've got your back when you aim higher, but fuck all those political jobs, he said. Now, let me get to work and see if I can't pull a miracle out of my Puerto Rican ass. Jimmy Carter had just turned north when the radio watch tapped Alex on the shoulder. Sir, we got orders to redirect to Diego Garcia. Alex twisted around. Really? Yes, sir. The sailor handed him the message tablet. A quick scan of the message didn't tell Alex anything useful. He scowled. Looks like we're going through the Somme. Are you serious? Maggie's jaw dropped. That's the worst piece of water in the world to sneak around in. Even worse than here. It's either that or the Sunda Strait, and that sucker gets as shallow as 66 feet. Surfacing to go through there violates the stealth requirements in our orders. Alex shrugged. Either way, it's a copper-plated bitch. Yes, sir, it is. George fluttered up to his side. Sir, there's no way those orders are correct. Alex just handed him the tablet and ignored the inevitable explosion of nerves. He was so tired of George's mini breakdowns that he rode right over the inevitable sputtering. Let's get the nav plan together, Maggie. Hopefully common sense will break out before we get there. But if it doesn't, let's figure out a way to creep under half the freaking Indian Navy without them noticing us. He shrugged. At least it might make a fun trifecta of avoidance. China, Taiwan, and India. Maybe we'll get some French ships, too, and then we can go for the superfecta. I didn't know you were into horse racing, sir. Benji grinned as he took the watch over for Maggie. I'm not, but my youngest daughter's obsessed with everything that's got 4 legs. You can see how that goes. Sir, we can't, George started. Alex held up a hand. XO, there's a war on, and we've got orders. Someone, he didn't mention that it was likely to be Admiral Hamilton, is concerned that the Fogborn team's location was leaked, so we're taking them to Diego Garcia instead of Perth. We might think our orders are stupid, but unless they're illegal or immoral, we don't have a lot of leg to stand on. Captain, they're unsafe. Alex sighed. So's fighting a war, George. It didn't feel like war on Diego Garcia. Nancy found it strange. The little atoll was smack in the middle of the Indian Ocean, right dab in the center of the entire war. Yet it was the sleepiest place Nancy had been in months. Right down to warm beaches and quiet shops. Granted, it was a military base, with guards and crew-served weapons on every corner. Nancy wasn't sure why that reassured her. Maybe it made her feel like she hadn't been fighting in vain. Is it just me, or does the lack of air defense weapons around here make you nervous? She asked Julio Rosario as they sat on the beach together. Fletcher and Bella Wood's crews had some time off. The ship bringing their supply unload had been delayed until September 30th, 3 days away. After a day of crawling all over her destroyer, Nancy decided to let her hair down and head to the beach, only to find her admiral had the same idea. So she and Julia headed to the beach together, dipping their toes in the sand and watching their sailors run around like maniacs. I'm trying not to think about it. Julia brushed red hair out of her eyes. You'd think that after the second battle of the war happened here, they'd be more careful, but it's been over a year. Nancy drew a stick figure in the sand with one toe. It's the same old song, priorities. Which is why Admiral Anderson got the nod and our original supply ship. Julia's smile was crooked. Rank hath its privileges. I don't know. I'm good with sitting on a beach instead of going into the Somme a third time. I could do without a three-peat. I missed the second one, though I'm not sure you could say I missed it. Julia's laugh was a touch bitter. I think we were still mending a hole in Bella's side when you experienced that goat rope. Nancy laughed. I never envied someone for damage before, but now that you mention it. For now, I'll take the beach. Julia leaned on her elbows back and looked up at the sky. Missile unload tomorrow, and then hopefully a supply ship. Your sailors bitching about the lack of food on the base? Not so far, but only because there's plenty of beer. Sounds about right, her admiral sighed. Well, I'm going to enjoy the sun for the one day we have. I recommend you do the same. That's probably the best idea I've heard all war, Nancy replied, smiling. If she was lucky, their supplies unload would be delayed, and they'd stay in Diego Garcia another week. Maybe a touch longer. Nancy wasn't one to avoid duty, but it would be nice to see Alex when he arrived. Con sonar, submerged contact on the 47 Hertz line. Likely bearing 285 with the station behind us. Chief Bradley's voice broke through the easy murmur of voices in Jimmy Carter's control room, crackling slightly as it came through the speaker to Alex's right. They were barely 3 hours out from Red Tiger Station, and he'd been in the middle of explaining how to drive a submarine to Paul, who loomed over the helmsman like a clumsy demon, his head cocked curiously. Benji had the watch, so he took the call. Sonar Con, estimated range? Too faint to tell, sir, but if I had to guess, I'd say a diesel operating on batteries under the layer. That'd mean close. Shit. Alex swore just as Benji turned toward him, eyes wide. Captain, do you want to go to battle stations? I know ROE says we can't fire unless fired upon, but it would really suck to get shot at and not be ready. Alex nodded. Do it. Where do you want me? Paul asked. Whatever corner you can squeeze into is fine, Alex replied, then glanced up at his hulking friend and grimaced. Try by the periscope. Paul laughed. I was going to say me and squeezing don't go real well together, but I'll try. Just shove me if I'm in the way. Alex turned toward the speaker, nicknamed the Bitch Box by generations of sailors. Sonar Con, can you get a class identification? Negative. Bradley sounded annoyed. This puppy's good, sir. Con I. Alex forced himself to breathe out, trying to look calm as organized chaos enveloped Jimmy Carter's attack center while the crew rushed to battle stations. How many times had they done this for real? Not nearly as many as they had in drills. A shiver ran down his spine. All right, people, Alex said as calmly as he could. Let's find this guy and figure out who he is. He's probably the pirate sub the station said is incoming, but we don't know that. So let's not make assumptions. Let's also try not to get shot while we're at it. Maggie, make a course change in case they're tracking us. You got it, Captain. Maggie finished relieving Benji of the watch and ordered the course change, causing Jimmy Carter to roll slightly left. Alex leaned back against the periscope stand and watched his team work. The efficient murmur of voices whipped around the room, and there was an undercurrent of excitement in the air that he wasn't used to. It almost reminded him of that day on Kansas when they faced the Nake. They weren't ready to shoot because they couldn't shoot, but everyone was on edge. "Sonar Khan, anything?" he asked after several minutes. An ominously long moment passed before Wilson answered. "Khan, sonar. Contact is still faint, sir, but I'm betting a German AIP U-boat. None of the things I'm picking up passive line up with any of the boats owned by anyone out here." "A U-boat?" Paul leaned forward on Alex's right. "Are they serious? Are we in a World War II movie?" Alex snorted. "Modern U-boats are state-of-the-art, and the Germans sell them to almost anyone with a country code and a bank account. It could belong to 17 different nations out here." "According to Jane's, there are several nations, sir." George frantically flipped through the electronic version of Jane's fighting ships. "Closest is Singapore. They have Type 218s. Con, sonar, I can hear the XO. This baby's not one of Singapore's. They're quiet fuckers. This dude has got something creaking back aft now that I've got a track on him," Wilson replied. "Computer can't decide between Type 212 and 214, but I'm betting on the latter. Probably bought on the secondary market from Indonesia or South Korea." George leaned into the speaker. "Sonar Khan, we did not ask for a history lesson." He turned to Alex. "Sir, this sub could be from 5 different nations who legitimately sail these waters. Indonesia, South Korea, Singapore, and the Philippines all have German-built submarines of various types." George gulped. "And India still has 3. "Yeah, that sucks." Alex shook his head. "Wilson's not wrong, either. A bunch of those boats got sold on the black market instead of being scrapped. Any asshole with money could be driving this thing." George's nose wrinkled. "I think a nation-state is far more likely, sir." "I'd hope so, but you know what they say about hope not being a military course of action." Alex pulled a piece of candy out of his pocket and popped it in his mouth. Chewing helped him think. "All right, whoever this is, we need to avoid them, so let's go deep. Maggie, make your depth 900 feet. If he or she is just here for the scenery, they're not going to follow us." "And if they do?" George asked, talking over Maggie's orders to the diving officer. "Then we've got 8 torpedo tubes with their names on them." Alex bared his teeth as George flinched. It wasn't like he'd actually shoot 8 torpedoes at once. That would be a waste, particularly at a diesel boat so small one Mark 84 would crack it open like an Easter surprise. But it was a nice thought. "Got any action for me and my team on this one, Captain?" Paul asked. "If we do, we're in real trouble." Alex chuckled as his friend deflated. "Sorry, but surfacing is bad in our game, man." Paul harumphed. "I guess I can live with that." "Colonel, now is hardly the time." George's mouth snapped shut when Alex held up a hand. Talk about now not being the time. How the hell was he supposed to think tactics with George and his love of ceremony at his hip? Alex wanted to scream. "Exo, can you see to some battle messing? I think we're going to be at battle stations for a while, and I want the crew fed and fresh." "Of course, sir." George bustled out, ignoring, or not seeing, the glares various watchstanders pointed at his back. "You think you could be a little less obvious about sending him away?" Paul muttered in his ear. "Oh, shut up. You don't have to work right now," Alex hissed. "I need to think." Jimmy Carter's deck sloped as she dove beneath the layer. Maggie, on point as usual, heard Alex's earlier comment and transformed it into reality. Meanwhile, Alex watched the plot to see what their visitor did. Slowly, the yellow icon representing the unknown submarine blinked from an unsteady track to a solid known position. Then, 2 other tracks appeared on the display. "Con sonar, new surface tracks, designated tracks 4079 and 4080. Unknown types, probably military. Both are twin-screwed. Neither was moving until about 30 seconds ago." Alex's head snapped up. They were lying in wait. If so, they're out of position, Maggie said. All 3 of them are to port. You assume they're all working together? Paul asked. No reason why 3 military-type targets would move together otherwise, Alex replied. Judging the ranges, he did some math. Our best silent speed is 22 knots, Maggie. Let's come up to 18. Even if it takes us straight at the submerged target? She asked. Better the one in our territory than the other 2, Alex grinned. Besides, if he's a diesel, he's slower than we are. By a lot. You got it, Captain. Maggie turned to the helm. All ahead full for 18 knots. Ahead full for 18 knots, aye. My engines are ahead full for 18 knots. Maggie nodded as Jimmy Carter trembled under their feet. Very well. Chapter 24. Playing Chicken. 26 September 2039. The Taiwan Strait. 2 hours later, Jimmy Carter was still playing chicken. The submerged contact faded in and out as it paralleled their course, and the 2 surface contacts were racing to intercept Jimmy Carter, badly. They clearly couldn't track her on sonar, which left them taking direction from their submerged friend, who couldn't quite keep up. Unfortunately, the submerged contact was to the inside of the port turn Jimmy Carter had to make to get out of the South China Sea, leaving Alex with a decision. Go behind them, or in front of them. Neither was a great choice, since he wasn't sure if the mystery submarine would shoot him or not. Captain, we need to talk about the Somme, George hissed in his ear. Alex jumped. How had he let his mother hen of an XO sneak up on him? George was usually as subtle as a 2x4 to the face. This really isn't the time, XO. Sir, there's a battle coming up there. Well, I guess that'll be excellent cover. These guys first. Alex gestured at the plot as George's jaw dropped. Somme later. He couldn't let himself forget the 3 military-type contacts. Not when the sub was skillfully cutting the corner to stay in range of Jimmy Carter. His new destination would let the sub stay in range longer, too, now that he couldn't make that south turn. Alex shook himself and turned to the bitch box. Sonar Con, any updated class types on our friends? Con, sonar, submerged contact is 80% likely a Type 214 U-boat. Track 4079 is tentatively ID'd as a corvette, likely Russian-built Nanuchka class. They don't have those anymore, so it belongs to someone not Russia, Wilson replied. And the computer's not real sure on the last one, but I'm betting it's a Chinese Type 53 or 54 frigate. They've sold bunches of both of them, so also likely owned by someone else. I don't like bets, George muttered, but Alex didn't let him get close enough to the speaker to lecture Wilson. At least he knew Wilson hadn't gotten off the boat on Red Tiger Station. The kid wasn't drunk, but was he right? Alex wished he could trust him. Captain, we're getting a call on Underwater Standard. It's broadband, but it's definitely directed at us, the radio watch said. Shit. So much for stealth. Admiral Hamilton was going to murder him. Alex swallowed. Put it on speaker. The radio crackled. Underwater transmissions via Gertrude weren't terribly clear, but Alex could hear the slight accent in the speaker's voice, and the confidence. Attention, American submarine. You have been surrounded by surface and submerged assets. Surrender immediately or be fired upon. Really? Alex cocked his head. Going straight to threats without even telling us who they are? Lame. George almost choked. Paul hooted with laughter. Maggie snickered. Odds are they don't have a track on us if they're talking like that, sir. That's what I'm thinking. Still, let's confuse them a little. Come right 20 degrees and slow to 14 knots. Maggie passed the orders along as Alex tried not to grimace. He hated slowing, but he couldn't speed up without being detected. Jimmy Carter's theoretical maximum silent speed was 4 knots faster than they were going, but Alex's boat was old. There was no telling if she would stay silent at 22 knots. 18 was a solid speed and quiet. Unfortunately, that meant the only way to screw up someone else's target motion analysis was to decrease speed. "Sir, are you sure we should ignore these people?" George finally whispered. "They sound unfriendly." "I don't think there's a friendly soul out here, XO." Alex tried to smile. It came out lopsided. But he didn't have time for more reassurance. "Sonar Khan, do you have a track on this joker?" "You bet your ass I do, sir. And the more the idiot talks, the better it'll get," Wilson replied. In the background, Chief Bradley's muttered, "God damn it, Wilson," was audible before the younger sonar operator took his foot off the talk pedal. Alex tried not to laugh. "Con sonar track 7081 on your display," Chief Bradley said. "Con I," Alex replied. He blinked. Chief Bradley was apparently an enterprising soul, too. He'd made the track red and hostile on the plot. Then again, the mystery sub had threatened to shoot them. "Pity our ROE isn't enough to let us take the first shot when they've been overtly threatening," Alex muttered. "Captain," George's voice was a squeak. "You can't be thinking of shooting. Our orders are to maintain stealth." "Yeah, and that's working out for us real well right now." Alex shook his head. "But no, I'm not going to shoot anyone we're not supposed to. Sneaking is the mission." "Damn shame. These guys are asking for it," Paul said. Alex threw a half-hearted glare at him. "Don't tempt me, you big lug." Paul laughed. The speaker crackled again. "American Submarine, we have your position. We know you are carrying the Fogborn research team from Pulsar Power. Surface immediately and hand them over or be sunk." "You want to keep ignoring them, Captain?" the radio watch asked. She looked awfully young and pale, twirling a lock of hair between her fingers. "Let 'em rot." "Why do pirates want us?" Another voice, young and quiet, asked from just inside the control room hatch. Alex spun to face Ning Tang as she made a face. Damn, he hadn't realized she'd sneaked into control. George was responsible for telling their guests to stay put when the boat went to battle stations. Had she not listened? "I mean, I know we've made a breakthrough everyone and their grandmother wants to get rich off of, and I was almost kidnapped on the station, not to mention the bribes," Ning grimaced. "But now pirates know?" "News got out. No idea how," Paul rumbled. "Those bribery-loving ass nuggets on the station obviously got the same memo." Ning scuffed her toes against the deck. "What are they going to do if they get us?" she whispered. She looked up, her brown eyes wide and reminding Alex of his daughters. "Pirates have taken every sub to leave Red Tiger Station for the last 4 months." Alex grinned. They haven't tangled with an attack submarine before. "I don't know." Her eyes flicked left and right. "Everything in here looks older than I am." "Some of it might be." Alex forced himself to shrug, ignoring the sting that came when someone mocked his boat's age. Jimmy Carter is the oldest attack boat in the Navy, but she was also built from the keel up as a spy submarine. This is the shit we're good at. "It's really a pity you can't just shoot the fuckers. No one would miss a few pirates," Paul grumbled. "Come to think of it, the 3 or 4 Chinas might thank you for it." 5 Chinas, George said. "Maybe they'd like it, but then they'd know we were here, wouldn't they?" Alex wrinkled his nose. "You and I might have a love of pirate hunting, but stealth's the name of the game today. Stealth and plausible deniability." "People are going to notice we're not on Red Tiger anymore," Ning said. "That's hard to plausibly deny." "Sure, but they can wonder how it happened. Meanwhile, American Submarine, this is your last chance. Surface immediately or be depth charged." Ooh, threaten me like it's 1945. Alex rolled his eyes. Maggie giggled. Captain, you don't have to make it sound like they're coming on to you. No surer way to tell us they don't know where we are than threaten to depth charge us. Alex shrugged and glanced at his crew. Might as well settle in, folks. We're going to be playing hide-and-seek for a while. A while turned out to be another 3 hours. Now Jimmy Carter had the entire length of the South China Sea to transit and couldn't escape with a hard left turn that let them sneak around the north end of the Philippines. No, Alex's boat had to go the long way, past all of China, the contested Spratly Islands, Vietnam, and the Gulf of Thailand before they could sneak around the corner into the Singapore Strait. The pirates seemed determined to stick with them, although their guess of Jimmy Carter's position was off. The corvette lobbed some depth charges in the water almost a mile to port of Alex's submarine, and they exploded too far away for Alex to even feel the vibrations. After wasting a dozen depth charges, the pirates stopped dropping them, made another radio threat, and then just continued dogging Jimmy Carter as she sailed through the South China Sea. Damn, it was going to be a long 1,600-mile transit. Just thinking about it gave Alex a headache. How long would the pirates follow? They didn't know exactly where he was, but they had a shrewd guess where he was going. All 3 pirate units were headed southwest, almost parallel to Jimmy Carter's track. Con sonar, new contact bearing 193, range approximately 22,000 yards. Faint contact, submerged, tonals match High Jiao class SSP, Chief Bradley's voice reported. George beat Alex to the intercom. Sonar Con, have they detected us? There was a pause before Bradley replied. No way to tell, sir. Their estimated speed is 10 knots, course undetermined. Con sonar, Doppler says inbound, Wilson added. Con I. George looked constipated. Alex studied the plot. Captain? Yeah? This isn't good. We're practically trapped between them after our turn. George wiped his hands on his coveralls. We have to do something. Remaining undetected is our best defense, Alex replied, trying to keep his voice even. Shaking his XO would not do. It always has been. This is the same game you and I trained for our entire careers. He turned to Maggie. OOD, slow to 8 knots. Officer of the deck, aye. Her crisp voice contrasted deeply with George's wavering tone. But if a Taiwanese boat hears us, George gulped, they'll certainly complain to the UN. They'd have to prove we were here. Alex pinched the bridge of his nose and wished for painkillers, but asking for them would make his crew question his decisions. George's sweaty brow was bad enough for morale. And as long as we stay in stealth, they'll have a damn hard time doing that. What if, I don't know, the pirates tell them? Tang asked. Alex laughed, wishing he'd sent her out of control earlier. But now Dr. Leifson was with her, both crammed into a corner, trying to look more fascinated than scared. That High Jiao will sink the shit out of these pirates if they get a whiff of them, he said. I expect our piratical friends will be very quiet now that there's another warship about. They don't know we won't make a friendly call and build a pirate hunting alliance. Can't we? Dr. Leifson asked. Unfortunately, the UN declared the South China Sea, north of the Paracel Islands, a no-sail zone for warships. The Taiwanese obviously aren't obeying that because A, this is their front yard, and B, they're in the middle of a war in China. But we, as in the U.S. government, agreed to abide by that. Leifson frowned. Then why were you sent for us? Someone thought your research was more important than following the rules. The 2 scientists exchanged a look. It is. Tang crossed her arms. Fusion is coming, and the reactor we built is small enough to fit in a submarine. She glanced around. Definitely newer than this antique shit. Ning, Leifson hissed. What? Half of it's older than I am, and I'm not half as young as people usually think I am. She looked around. Maybe 3/4. You can't possibly have miniaturized a fusion reactor that much, George said. Research indicates we're a generation away from that breakthrough. Tang grinned. My generation, you mean? George scoffed. Every submariner is a trained nuclear engineer. Don't try to sandbag me. I know what's possible. We had a few fortuitous breakthroughs. Leifson put a hand on Ning's arm. And some very smart engineers. As your captain said, someone thought our work was important enough to send you out here. Probably because Pulsar bribed a senator. George rolled his eyes. Actually, it was Admiral Hamilton, Alex said, and George's head whipped around. Everyone in the sub-community knew Admiral Freddie Hamilton meant business. Hers was the guiding hand that kept them manned, trained, and equipped, and deployed against the growing Russian threat in the North Atlantic. Marco Rodriguez was the Pac Indio face of the war, but Freddie Hamilton was hardly in his shadow. She believes this? George scowled. She called me herself. You didn't tell me. George looked like a kicked puppy, and a pang of guilt made Alex's throat tight. He hadn't wanted to add stress to the life of someone already operating at capacity, but maybe he should have shared that. His best captains hadn't kept secrets from their XOs. I should have, he said. I think I got caught up in events. I apologize. George's jaw worked like he didn't know what to say to that. He nodded roughly and turned back to the scientists. I hope you're worth the risk, he said. Me too, Leifson replied, scuffing her toes against the metal deck. Alex returned his attention to the plot. Their track on the Taiwanese boat was firming up, and it was about 20 nautical miles away, crossing their bow from left to right. Now that Jimmy Carter had slowed, their closest point of approach would be about 12 miles. Alex grimaced. Way too close. I wish I'd streamed the tail earlier, he muttered. There was no time, George replied. Someone would have heard it, and we can't risk high-speed maneuvers with it out, or someone shooting it off. Alex shook his head. I'd rather risk the tail than the boat, but nothing we can do about it now. This cat's close enough that he'll definitely detect it. Sighing, he popped another candy in his mouth. Maggie, what's the depth here? About 12,000 feet, give or take a couple thousand. Damn, Alex scowled. So much for that idea. What were you thinking, Captain? Maggie asked. I was thinking this was a great time to break out the skegs and bottom the boat, but that's not going to happen now. Let's slow to hover, see if we can let this cat pass by a bigger CPA. Aye, sir. Maggie gave the orders. Within a few minutes, she reported, Commenced hovering, Captain. Very well. Alex took a deep breath. Maybe they'll all pass us, and we can just go home without further incident. You mean Diego Garcia, sir, George said. Same thing at this point. The Indian Ocean, north of Diego Garcia. This is risky, Captain, Lieutenant Commander Patricia Abercrombie said as Razorback disconnected from what John hoped was their final video conference. Razorback's captain and XO were alone in the wardroom, sitting together at the end of the blue plastic-covered table. The fake wood paneling in the room felt oppressive right now. Were those pre-battle jitters? John hoped not. He'd seen enough combat now that his hands no longer tried to shake, but this was the most ambitious tactic he'd ever attempted. High risk, high reward. He spread his hands. We're about to go into the proverbial shooting gallery, but it only works if they don't know we're there. He pointed at the sweeping entrance to the Strait of Malacca, less than 1,000 miles away. We know they have a sub or two lurking in there, but they're bound to be diesel boats. Who would waste a nuke when you've got shallow waters and ports right there to support it? Pat crossed her arms. I follow that logic, Captain, but I think that trying to sneak under 2 alert warships and leaving them for the surface weenies to kill may be more risk than we want to take. If we can pull it off, we'll be deep in their belly before they have any idea we're there. Odds are we can even sink one of those diesel boats before they get word out. Then we can go after their other surface craft with torpedoes at close range, and they have shit for room to maneuver in there. John swallowed, suddenly far away, remembering the most terrifying day of his life. He shook himself. Ask me how I know. We're going to have that same handicap, sir. John pulled himself out of that dark place with an effort, refusing to think of sunken carriers and lost friends. We're not going to try to maneuver, he said. We're going to be the bull in the goddamn china shop, boring our way into the strait and sinking one ship after another like they're pins in a bowling alley. Don't try that mixed metaphor on Admiral Anderson, Pat snickered. It won't fly far. I'm not going to. We don't work for her. We work for Admiral Rodriguez. He's butt off on this crazy plan of yours? She asked. John grinned. You bet he has. Why am I not surprised? Pat asked the overhead. So we drive under the first 2 destroyers and then sink everything in our path for as long as the torpedoes hold out? Satellite imagery shows 5 more destroyers, 2 frigates, and a patrol craft in the strait after those first 2. That's 16 torpedoes if we shoot 2 fish each. Add however many subs to that, and we may come home with an empty weapons room. But with Bluefish guarding the back door, I think we'll be all right. It's a long walk back to Perth. Longer if we don't go through the Somme. I can't deny that, sir, Pat sighed. Shoot or die, huh? John chuckled. You think I should use that as my motivational speech to the crew before we go in? Good morning, Captain. The Haijiao has changed course northward. Maggie covered her yawn as Alex walked back into control. Sonar holds her on the lateral array. 60-plus miles in opening, still outbound. We've only got her on bottom bounce. Odds she doesn't have us. Thank you. Alex cocked his head. What are you doing up? I thought Benji had the watch. After another hour of creeping along, waiting to lose their Taiwanese friend, Alex called an audible. He sent his watchstanders into a rotation, letting half the crew sleep while the other stood a reduced battle station's watch. It wasn't perfect, but it let his people rest while they slunk away. Alex even alternated with George to get 4 hours of shut-eye in the intervening 12 hours. He needed the little boy's room, and I was awake. You don't look it. Maggie rubbed her eyes. That's because I'm a glorious morning person, Captain. I can tell. How far are we from the Paracel Islands? Maggie grimaced. 309 miles. Not that I'm counting. Alex laughed. You want to sink those pirates? Doesn't everyone want to sink pirates, sir? She shoved curly hair out of her face, bending over the chart. But I'm not sure it's going to happen. I'd bet these guys know about the no-sail zone and don't want to set 1 foot outside it. They want the Fogborn peeps, and maybe us if they'd like a serving of extra dumb sauce. But they've got to know we'll come after them with both barrels the moment we don't have to pretend. I'm not sure our orders are vague enough to let me shoot them without them firing first, even if they're dumb enough to cross that imaginary line, Alex admitted. Rereading those orders hadn't helped, and it wasn't like he was going to break calm silence to ask questions. He rubbed the back of his neck. The idea of letting them go so they can prey on someone else chaps my ass. But if they don't shoot... And you people keep asking me why I don't want to stick around for command. Maggie stuck out her tongue. I'd rather analyze someone else's choices, thanks. Alex laughed. Well, in that light, let's kick it up to 20 knots and see if we can't shake these assholes. Doing the job is more important than sinking pirates, no matter how much I want to burn those fuckers to the ground. You got it, sir. I think I have something on sonar, boss. Jenny's tongue darted out between her teeth as she squinted in concentration. Maybe bearing 204, range undetermined. Computer can't correlate yet, but closer than we were.
Well, it's nice to know I was right.
Diego Reyes sat back in his chair. He'd contemplated capturing the Taiwanese submarine, but resisted the urge. It was an AIP diesel, like his own boat, which meant it would be a much easier target. But the American boat was a bigger prize. Instead, he let that damn Taiwanese sub wander across his course and sped up, closing the range between his boat and the nuclear attack sub that could otherwise outrun Destroyer. He'd read their playbook, though. The Americans were so predictable. Someone might detect you? Go slow. Someone might shoot you? Hide. Even war didn't change them. This was something he could take advantage of.
Come up to 20 knots, Diego ordered, and tell Weirwood to get right on top of where you think they are. I want to get in close so they know we can ream them with torpedoes and depth charges.
Our battery will only last us another 20 hours if we increase to 20 knots, Captain, his helm operator said.
We'll be able to recharge long before then.
Diego waved a hand.
I want these assholes.
27 September 2039, the South China Sea. Midnight local rolled by, and Alex's eyes burned. Sonar Con, they still back there? He asked.
Same as last time you asked, Captain, Wilson replied.
Wilson! Lieutenant J.G. Vincentelli's voice could be heard without the intercom, and he sounded so horrified that Alex briefly wondered if the sonar operator had started streaking. No, that'd be too interesting for this slow-as-molasses chase. He suppressed a smile. Thanks, Sonar. Let me know if there's a change. Sonar I. That was Vincentelli, of course. The poor kid was spelling Chief Bradley as sonar supervisor. They were too short-handed to take Wilson's ears off the contact, and he was still a stickler for details, even after all these months. Not laughing at him was hard, but good captains didn't laugh at their division officers. It was bad for morale. Alex rubbed his face and popped another piece of candy. He was running low, but Diego Garcia was less than 2 weeks away. There he could buy several cases to store in every random corner of his stateroom. He'd always enjoyed long hunts. They were part of being a submarine captain. But being the prey? Yeah, fuck that. These pirates were determined, even if common sense said they should be terrified of his submarine. They wanted a fight? It was time to change the rules. Officer of the deck, let's slow to 5 knots, Alex said. Benji turned to look at him, brow scrunched. You want them to gain on us, Captain? These jokers want to play, so let's join the game. Alex shoved his hands in his pockets. They're in for a world more of hurt than they think they are if they catch us. So let's just stop running. I like the sound of that, Captain. Benji grinned. Sure as hell beats this creeping around like we're hoping they'll go away. Now that we don't have a Taiwanese witness around to tell people we were here, the rules change. Alex studied the plot, letting his mind wing through possibilities. He was still constrained by their rules of engagement. But what kind of torpedoes could a pirate get their hands on? How much of their threats were bluffs? The muscle might be the surface ships, and surface ships were just targets for Jimmy Carter.
You want to go back to battle station, sir?
Master Chief Morton asked from his elbow. He didn't know where the cob materialized from, but that wasn't new. Alex nodded. Make it happen. Alex was done being prey for pirates. It was time to turn the tables. Chapter 25. The Destroyers. 27 September 2039, the South China Sea.
Captain, I'm not sure we should break stealth. George swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Our orders say to remain undetected no matter what. They already know we're here, XO. Alex had wrestled with those same orders until he'd come to that inevitable conclusion. They've been following us for 16 hours. Just because they can guess what direction we're moving doesn't mean they have a track on us, and that's all the more reason to stay in stealth. George's eyes flicked wildly around control, where the quiet hum of activity had returned. Jimmy Carter was at battle stations once more, strung like a taut bowstring, ready to fire. And that's what our orders say. Well, it wouldn't be the first time I disobeyed an order. Alex shrugged. Admiral's mast sucked, but they pay me to use my judgment. Captain, I understand your objections, George. You're not even wrong. But we can't exactly transit the Somme with these assholes following us, can we? Those cats on the surface will give our position away in a heartbeat. George sighed, his shoulders slumping. Tell me you're not planning on shooting first, sir. Our orders explicitly forbid that. No, I'm not. But I'm not crazy enough to let them take more than one shot either. So we're damn well going to be ready to send them to whatever hell pirates go to, Alex replied. You good with that? I can live with it, sir. George's nod was a little shaky, but he took his station with the fire control team on steady feet. Okay, one obstacle was dealt with, and knowing George, he was the toughest enemy Alex would face today. His stomach rumbled, reminding him he'd skipped breakfast and eaten candy instead. Nancy would get after him about his sugar intake if she knew, but Nancy was off fighting the war on a destroyer. Alex popped another hard candy and sucked it to help himself think. All right, folks, here's what we do. We've slowed down to suck these lovely people in, and now we'll rig for silent running so they can't have a hope of tracking us. But the ball's still in their court. Once they realize we're somewhere close by, I expect they'll do something threatening, and then we'll give them a good old American hello. Alex grinned. From 2 tubes at a time. His crew laughed, and Alex could feel the tension eking out of them. Pirates weren't really a threat, were they? Jimmy Carter could deal with these 3 antiques with one arm tied behind her back. For once, Alex's submarine wasn't the oldest warship in the game, and that felt nice. Now, he just had to wait for pirates to act like pirates. Cap, they've slowed down. A lot. Maybe 5-8 knots? Jenny looked tired, and Diego couldn't blame her. Destroyer had a small technical crew, married to lots of muscle. That meant he didn't have much of a bench to spell Jenny when she got tired. Jenny could run navigation or sonar, or both at once when things were quiet, and Adrian was Diego's best sonar operator. When one or both of them went down to sleep, he was out of choices. He was the fool who'd let this chase go on for too long, but what kind of idiot didn't surrender when surrounded? He didn't really want to sink the American submarine with the Fogborn team on board. They were worth $10 million. So he had to force the boat to surface, and if he could do that, he might as well steal the damned thing. Diego Reyes was sure as shit going to get a good payday out of all this work. You think they broke something? He asked. Jenny made a face. Maybe, probably not. System says they're turning towards us. Oh, really? Diego turned to his radio watch. Tell Siren and Weirwood to get into position. This guy's finally made a mistake, and I want them there to catch him. You got it, Cap, the radio gal said. And then, when you're done with that, let's tell them how much we appreciate them. Diego bared his teeth. American submarine. This is the submarine destroyer of Diego's destroyers. You are surrounded by our warships. Surface immediately and surrender the Fogborn research team, and you will be allowed to go on your way. Does anyone believe that? Alex snorted. We'll be allowed to go on our way? Yeah, right. Maggie snickered. It sounds like these people are too used to playing with gullible civilians, sir. Or they have something worse up their sleeves than we've already seen,
George said. What if they're privateers and have state-of-the-art weapons? That made Alex hesitate. Privateers were sanctioned and supported by a nation, and they might have much better weapons than Alex bet these pirates could purchase on the black market. Unless that sub of theirs came fully armed, you jackass, he thought. Privateers are legally required to identify themselves, Benji said. International law requires it. Maggie cocked her head. Leave it to you to know legal trivia. Hey, just because I'm a rebel and refused when my mom wanted me to be a lawyer, doesn't mean I don't find law interesting. Benji spread his hands. I just don't tell her that. Alex chuckled. Your family drama never ceases to amaze me. The radio squawked again. American Submarine, we will not warn you again. Surface and surrender the Fogborn research team now, or we will start depth charging you. They should have used that threat before they started missing, Benji muttered. Maggie grinned and ordered a course change. You want to answer these guys, Captain? Master Chief Morton scratched at the stubble growing on his chin. I know you've enjoyed letting them stew, but it's probably time to tell them to fuck off. I'm inclined to make them wait longer. Alex popped another piece of candy in his mouth without looking at the wrapper, and then grimaced when he realized it was flavored grape. Ugh, his least favorite. Just to make them dumber. Desperate ain't a good look, especially on pirates, Morton said quietly. You know, I have to agree with the Cobb here, Paul said. He looked rosy-cheeked and well-rested, having wandered off for the boring stuff and just now returned when things were getting interesting. You and I have met desperate pirates, Rook Buddy, and good decisions they do not make. I hate it when you're right. Sighing, Alex picked up the handset for the underwater radio. Maggie, make another course change as soon as I'm done talking, please. Aye, Captain. Steeling himself to talk on the radio was an old habit, but somehow it didn't get any easier. Alex hated himself for his fear of public speaking, but it just wouldn't go away, no matter how hard he worked. Thank goodness it didn't make him turn into a quivering mess every time he talked to his own crew. Or at least it didn't now that he knew them. Pirate Submarine, this is U.S. Navy warship, Alex said. We do not recognize your authority and are not inclined to follow your orders. Over. Alex made a conscious decision not to identify his boat by hull number. There was only one SSN-23 out there, and Jimmy Carter had one huge advantage over the attack boat classes that came after her. She had 8 torpedo tubes, to Acero or Virginia's 4. That meant she could take all 3 pirates out in one attack, and still have a pair of torpedoes left in case some other idiot came by. U.S. Navy warship, that is a very foolish choice, the voice on the other end of the radio said. Alex couldn't pinpoint the accent, only that each word grew sharper as the man's anger grew. We will give you 2 minutes to make a better one. Out. Weps, make tubes 1 through 8 ready in all respects, including opening the outer doors. Alex did not smile. That should be answer enough. The article broke online that evening in the United States, a day behind Alex Coleman in the South China Sea, thanks to the international dateline. It would go out in the papers the next morning, but by now, the internet was the king of the 24-hour news cycle. The New York Times hadn't stayed in the action by being slow off the mark. Practical fusion achieved. Now what? Parker Seacrest, New York Times. September 26, 2039. Workable fusion reactors, smaller than a football field, have been the impossible dream of nuclear scientists for generations. Fusion, not to be confused with its more volatile counterpart, fission, is a stable nuclear reaction that generates almost no radioactive waste and eliminates the risk of a runaway reaction. And it seemed always out of reach. Until now. Pulsar Power Limited has confirmed that one of their many research teams has made multiple fusion breakthroughs in the past 3 years, up to and including miniaturizing a reactor into a size small enough to power a ship, submarine, or power plant. And according to Pulsar Power, these reactors are powerful. While we cannot yet provide technical specifications, we assure the public that the specifics will be provided in due course, Amanda Cannon, Pulsar Public Relations, said yesterday. However, the reactor design has been tested, and Pulsar will roll it into production within the next year. We have named the reactor Fogborn, in honor of the team that designed it. The scientific community is already clamoring for access to the reactor specs, with a few calling Pulsar out for misleading the public. Dr. Nathan Carr, a troubadour who can always be counted on to speak his mind, has made several videos accusing Pulsar of lying. His claim is that the reactor design doesn't exist at all, or if it does, it's far bigger than Pulsar has advertised. Pulsar denies these claims, however, proof has yet to be provided. This article will be updated when more information comes to light. Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Fuck. Marco almost threw his stapler after reading the article, but why break a poor stapler when he had actual people to yell at? Not that it would make him feel better. On the bright side, it sure as shit looked like Freddy was wrong. The leak wasn't on Jimmy Carter. Someone at Pulsar was blabbing like there was a knife to their blasted throat. So then Pulsar went public with the news, putting Jimmy Carter, the Fogborn team, and the entire damn future of nuclear engineering in danger. Yep, great fucking day to be in the Navy. COS, he bellowed, and like magic his chief of staff shot through the door. It was almost the end of the workday, but in wartime, no one went home at 1600. Particularly not if you worked for Marco. Admiral? Captain Tim Blake was a decent sort. He was shorter than Marco, quick on his feet, and generally worked hard. But he wasn't Tanya either. Shoot off a warning message to Jimmy Carter like right the fuck yesterday. They're going to be in deep shit if people realize the future of fucking nuclear fusion is on board that submarine. Blake blinked. Has something happened, sir? Do you not dick around and read the internet at work, son? The New York Times just broke the news of fusion in our lifetimes, and it's on board that fucking antique death trap we somehow call an attack submarine. So fucking tell them they're in danger. Yes, sir. Grumbling more obscenities, Marco picked up the phone, punched in a number, and waited for the squawking and squeaking to finish as the secure line dialed in. Once that rigmarole was finished, it took forever and a day for the Lexington watch officer to pick up. USS Lexington, CIC, this is a secure line. Combat Information Center watch officer speaking. How may I help you? An impossibly youthful voice said. This is Vice Admiral Rodriguez. Please tell Rear Admiral Anderson that I would like to speak to her at her earliest convenience, Marco growled. Which means right the fuck now, if you please. I'll have her called to CIC right now, sir. Thank you. Marco settled in to wait, reaching for his computer mouse and a screwdriver. It took too long. He had the mouse disassembled and had started on his keyboard, using the tip of the screwdriver to fling the keys across the room. His aide would have kittens over it, but hey, Marco had another keyboard, and if he got bored and broke that one, well, that's why he had a tablet. This is Admiral Anderson. Christy, it's Marco Rodriguez, ComSub Pack, Marco said. Then he paused, the enormity of what he was up to hitting him. He outranked Anderson, but she sure as shit didn't work for him. Exactly one of her units, Razorback, was in any way his responsibility. He just happened to be her predecessor with Task Force 2-3, which she'd boringly renamed the Lexington Strike Group when she started camping on the carrier. What can I do for you, sir? Anderson sounded wary, as well she probably should be. Marco was definitely pissing in her Wheaties. I just got some intel that indicates an op we're trying very hard to protect may be compromised. The submarine in question should transit the Somme on or about the 4th of October, and there's reason to believe that all our enemies are going to be very interested in them. You're aware of my operational schedule, I take it? The 4th shouldn't be a problem. I'm more concerned about them making it to the Somme. Marco managed not to say something cutting about Anderson's last attempt to take that critical little stream. The Somme hadn't been kind to America in the war, and that probably wasn't Anderson's fault. He broke the spacebar off the keyboard. You read all these articles about nuclear fusion? Can't say I have. It's not my area of expertise, Anderson replied. Well, it is mine. Let's just say that the holy fucking grail of nuclear engineering has been realized, and I've got a boat with all the goodies on board creeping up your way. Pretty soon, India's going to catch the hell on and close that strait up so tight a starfish couldn't squeak through. I need a distraction big time, Christie, and you need to get in before they slam the safe door shut. You're telling me that your goddamned nuclear Easter egg hunt is going to ruin my chances of taking the Somme? Something scraped against metal. Was that Anderson coming out of her chair? What the hell are you playing at, sir? I'm not trying to play at anything. God's fucking honest with you here. This was not my plan. But now we're both up shit creek, so it would be goddamned nice if we paddled together, wouldn't it? Her sigh was explosive even across several thousand miles of satellite uplinks. You're asking me to push my operational schedule up. Damn right I am. No use beating around the bush. Might help if the Indians have cottoned onto you anyway. Catch them with their pants down and on the shitter. That's not a mental image I needed, she replied. I'll think about it. That's all I can ask. Not reaching through the line to strangle her was so damned hard, but Marco made himself smile. He'd once read that smiles could be heard over the phone. Thank you for your time, Admiral. Please keep me advised of changes. I need to let my boat know. As if Razorback won't tell you, she snorted. I know you have your little spy along. Marco laughed. If you think I'm holding Dalton's dick all day long, believe me, I've got better things to do. He's too competent for that. You might not like him, but the guy's a pro. He'll lead you through and cut the enemy down to size for you. I'm sure he will. Thank you for the call, sir. I must be going. She didn't wait for him to say goodbye before she hung up, but Marco didn't care. Had he given Jimmy Carter a chance to get through before the Indians slammed the door shut? Maybe. He hated maybes, but in this war, sometimes maybes were the best you had. Cap, I finally got contact on the American. Bearing is either 188 or 002, range 10 nautical miles. Oh shit, I've got definite sounds of tubes opening. Tubes? Captain Diego Reyes, comfortable and a little sleepy in his chair, jolted upright. Making threats was part of his daily routine, so he hadn't bothered to get up, or put his tablet game down, to talk to his prey. Now, however, the tablet tumbled to the deck, and the game made a sad little sound while his character died. Torpedo tubes? Definite air bubbles and tubes flooding. Flood our tubes. He jumped to his feet, and tell Weirwood to drop depth charges off their bow. An unwelcome cold chill stole up Diego's spine. Victims weren't supposed to turn around and bare their teeth. Sure, a few tried to fight back, but they were meant to be frightened after he stalked them for so long. Jenny twisted to look at him, dark circles under her eyes and her voice ragged. Which bearing? Adrian was back at sonar, which freed Jenny up for navigation and communications. She was more or less Diego's second in command, as much as he wanted to have one. Which he usually didn't. Now, however, she wanted answers he didn't have. And now he was angry. Angry at himself for getting in the situation, and angry at the damned American submarine for not cooperating. They'd come too far to lose this prey now. The closer one, he snapped. That one was more dangerous, both to Destroyer and Weirwood.
Thinking tactically was hard when he was shaking with fury. Relaying now. Jenny listened on her headset for a moment. Rearward launching. Diego grinned. Now let's see how fast these assholes become inclined to follow our orders. Con, sonar, splashes. Wilson's voice blared through the speaker. Splashes off the starboard bow, range approximate but at least a couple thousand yards. Nowhere close. Splashes? George reared up from Benji's side, his face white. Are they depth charging us? And missing. The gall was impressive. Alex felt strangely calm, and very glad he'd changed course after talking to these people. Sonar Con, you have a bearing and range to the ship that launched them? Sir, I thought you'd never ask. Formerly track 4079, now designated hostile, and track 7079. Alex's eyes snapped to the plot. That was the closer of the two surface ships, the one the computer identified as a Type 053 or Type 054 Chinese frigate. It was a genuine warship, one that had belonged to the nation his boat was supposed to hide from. But China decommissioned the last of them more than a decade ago. Captain, that's a Chinese frigate, George said, weaving across control back to his side. Former Chinese, Alex said. That's an important distinction out here. Con sonar, 2 explosions at medium range, Chief Bradley reported. Whatever these pirates bought, it's not rocket-propelled depth charges. These might not be Second World War vintage, but it sure sounds like they're kicking them right off the stern and using old-fashioned detonation timers. Con eye. Alex chewed his candy thoughtfully. Pirates could drive relatively new ships, but could they find modern weapons? Sir, engaging them goes against the spirit of our orders, if not the letter. I understand your concerns, XO, but we don't have time for a debate, Alex replied, and then raised his voice. Firing point procedures, tubes 1 and 3, track 7079. Firing point procedures, track 7079, Wep's eye, Benji replied. Less than 20 seconds passed before he added, Solution ready. Ship ready, Chief Stevens sang out. George, clearly torn between arguing and duty, swayed back and forth for a moment before scurrying back to Benji's side to double-check the firing solution. Reluctantly, he nodded. Alex didn't wait for additional confirmation. Tubes 1 and 3, fire. Chapter 26. Smart Pirates. Tubes 1 and 3 fired electronically, Chief Stevens reported. Con sonar, 2 fish running hot, straight, and normal. Very well, Alex replied, trying to hide the way his heart raced. Thank God his hands were in his pockets, so no one could see his palms sweating. Still, he'd spent years training for this, and he knew what to do, even if his imagination wanted to run wild. Cut the wires, close the outer doors, and reload both tubes. Officer of the deck, come right to 035. Come right to 035 OODI, Maggie replied, relaying the orders. The new course split the difference between the two enemies who hadn't fired. You really want to cut the wires so soon, Captain? Benji leaned forward. That's a fairly advanced frigate up there. They're dead in the water and using old-school depth charges. These cats aren't going to get up enough speed to dodge a pair of Mark 84s fast enough, and I don't want to be chained to them. Cutting the wires and closing the outer doors, aye. Benji hit the buttons himself. Thank you, Weps. Alex didn't mind questions. Hell, he didn't even mind George's incessant worry that they'd violate the spirit of their always stay in stealth unless fired upon orders. Sure, those depth charges were 1,000 yards away and not a genuine threat, but someone meant them to be dangerous, and Alex wasn't paid to give people a second shot at his submarine. Now that we've started shooting, we pretty much have to take all these pirates out so they can't say we were here, don't we? George's jaw trembled. You read my mind, XO. Alex didn't smile. His eyes were on the plot, waiting for that pirate U-boat to realize what was going on. Con sonar, more splashes, now to port. Bearing is changing as we turn, range over 1,000 yards, Wilson reported. Con eye. Alex turned to Benji. What's the runtime on the torps? 20 seconds to impact, Captain. Damn, those Mark 84s are fast. Alex grinned. It's nice to have the newest toys for once, isn't it? Benji's laugh sounded a little strangled, like he surprised himself with it. Yes, sir, it is. Just try not to use them all. I don't know when they'll give us more, okay? Alex chuckled. I'll try. Con sonar, track 7079 is maneuvering, big kick up in screw RPM. Like she just woke up and smelled the coffee. She's trying to turn, but it ain't gonna do her shit. Wilson, Bradley shouted. Torpedo sonar has a hard lock on the target. 5 seconds, Benji said. Maggie, make your depth 1,200 feet, Alex ordered. Impact. Cap, Weirwood says she has torpedoes inbound. What the fuck? Diego leaned forward over Jenny's chair, as if staring at her display would get him answers faster. Where are they, Adrian? I don't know. I lost them after they opened their outer doors. Adrian's boyish face was pale and panicked. The depth charges have mucked up everything underwater, and the computers can't hear anything. I thought German sonar computers were the best in the world. They are! Adrian jerked back, staring at his console with wide eyes. What? What is it? Diego stalked over to the other side of his submarine's control room, only to see the unbelievable on the sonar display. Weirwood had been hit. He was no sonar expert, but he didn't need to be with state-of-the-art systems. Adrian had helpfully paused the feed at the right moment, and the giant plume of sound was right there, in stark, glowing green and blue, for anyone with eyes to see. Find me that American so I can kill them, he hissed from behind gritted teeth. The northern Indian Ocean, approaching the Strait of Malacca. The knock on John's door woke him up from a dead sleep. Pat walked in from their shared head without waiting for him to reply. Captain, we just got a message from Admiral Anderson. Do I want to know? John rolled over to face her, staying in bed until Pat told him he had to move. It was warm under the covers, and he was a man who liked sleep. We have the go order for Operation Sandicast. It's T plus 24 hours until the advance force enters the Somme. What? John rolled out of bed so fast he ended up sitting on the deck. He scrambled to his feet, not caring about a captain's dignity. We've still got 6 days. Not now, we don't. Shit. John shook himself and grabbed his coveralls. Call the navigator and let's meet in control. We need to review the nav plan now and turn and burn so we can beat everyone there. He scratched his head, doing quick math. What's the task force speed of advance? 30 knots. Then we'll have to make an average of 45 if we're going to beat them by 8 hours, depending on how liberal I want to be while sprinting and drifting. John pulled his shoes on. Agreed? The numbers check out, Pat grimaced. You know, I really thought this thing was supposed to be better planned. John shrugged. Maybe the Indians got wind of our planned day and we're going early. Maybe the president has a speech scheduled, who knows? Either way, it's nice to stop sitting around and start doing the damn job. You can say that again, Captain. Jimmy Carter's deck sloped downward as she headed for deeper water. Far beneath the thermodynamic layer, they couldn't feel Weirwood's explosion, but Wilson's whoop from sonar gave it away. Con sonar, 2 good hits. Got him with both barrels. Con eye, Alex chuckled. Now we've got to do this twice more, as the XO pointed out. Why from 1,200 feet, Captain? Maggie turned from watching the depth gauge a little too closely. I know we tested the boat down to 1,300 during trials, but we haven't done it since. That Chinese frigate is, or maybe was, he corrected himself, and watched grins blossom on his crew's faces. A lot newer than the weapons she threw at us, which has me thinking that it might be a lot easier for a pirate to buy or steal a mostly modern warship than it is to get modern weapons. You don't think their depth charges will go this deep? George perked up. Might not. Alex didn't want to mention that he was willing to take the boat down to Jimmy Carter's rated crush depth of 1,900 feet, which was calculated based on her age and their pre-deployment sea trials. Or he would take her down that far if he thought it would keep them away from enemy weapons.
1,900 feet was deeper than any other American fast-attack submarine could dive, which meant any pirate with a copy of Jane's probably wouldn't guess Jimmy Carter could go so deep. Worst case, Alex might be brave enough to try his boat's original crush depth of 2,000 feet. Maybe. There's no use giving them free potshots at us, he continued. Besides, the Mark 84 will shoot from over 2,000 feet, courtesy of our friends at Lazark and AIB. Might as well take advantage of that. Even George's face ticked into a smile. Apparently, he liked the idea of shooting without getting shot at. Who didn't? Con, sonar, I've got motion from our submerged friend, now designated track 7078 on your display. They're driving toward where the last spread of depth charges detonated, moving from right to left, speed 8 knots. Con, I, break. Range? About 20,000 yards, counting the drop from our depth, sir, Chief Bradley replied. Got a real good read on them now, and tonals match the South Korean Son Won-yil. Their naval registrar has her listed as a Type 214, decommissioned 6 years ago and sold. Well, it's nice to know who we're up against, isn't it? Alex chewed the last of that damn grape candy, thinking. Designating them hostile might be a bit premature, Captain. George fidgeted like he didn't know the answer to his own question. The submarine didn't fire on us. With respect, Exo, they threatened to, and then their friends tried to drop depth charges on our heads, Master Chief Morton said before Alex could reply. The Cobb stood with arms crossed across his skinny chest, his dark eyes narrowed in the universal Chiefs Know Best look. Even a peacetime Navy would find their actions hostile, unless they were backing away, screaming apologies and prayers to the fucking Lord. He leaned forward to speak into the intercom. Sonar Cobb, are the U-boat's outer doors open? Cobb sonar, like they're flashing us on a hot summer day, Wilson replied. Morton snorted out a laugh. Cobb, aye. Then he twisted to look at the XO. Good enough for hostile intent, sir? George flushed. WEPS firing point procedures, tubes 2 and 4, track 7078, Alex ordered. Firing point procedures, tubes 2 and 4, for track 7078, WEPS I. Where the fuck are they, Adrian? Diego wanted to pace, but the knot in his stomach kept him rooted to the floor. I don't know. There's too much churn in the water. I could go active. And then they'd know where we are. It won't matter if we shoot first. Adrian's jaw set as he glared. We go active, we sink the bastards, and then we go help Weirwood. Jenny shook her head. Won't matter, Cap. They're abandoning ship. What? Diego's heart did a painful pitter-patter, like it wanted to stop cold. He'd never lost a ship. Not in 6 years as a pirate. 6 plentiful and profitable years as a pirate. Diego prided himself on being smart, on never biting off more than he could chew, and there was no way in hell one attack submarine should be more than a match for his 3 ships. The top-of-the-line German technology on destroyer should have sniffed them out long before the Americans could ever find them, and to think that a Virginia-class boat had the utter gall to shoot at Weirwood when they were just throwing out warning charges. Martricia says they have progressive flooding. Jenny cringed. Sounds like the keel is broken. Fuck. Diego slumped against the back of Adrian's chair and then shook himself, feeling like a boxer on round 7 of a losing fight. Find them, Adrian. Find them so we can kill them. Let's do this thing before someone changes their mind. Razorback leaped forward, burning holes in the water at 55 knots. It wasn't actually her top speed. Improved Zeros, like Razorback, were some of the fastest submarines in the world, and John had never quite pushed his boat to her limits. Still, sprinting like this would give John's boat a 20-knot advantage over the surface ships trailing behind her, which meant he could get to the Strait a full 8 hours before the advance group. Then Razorback would have ample time to slip into the shallow waters between Indonesia and Malaysia before the enemy realized she might be creeping among them. Pouring on speed was risky, but the current plan left them little choice. So that left the old submarine tactic of sprinting and drifting, driving hard, and then slowing to listen to their surroundings. Theoretically, that would ensure that the sound dampening software in Razorback's sonar system wasn't overwhelmed. The manufacturer claimed that the software could factor out the Razorback's noise and water flow at any speed, but no one really believed that. Except maybe Admiral Anderson, who'd given John 0 time to plan. John glanced at the clock as the deck vibrated slightly under his feet. 15 hours. He'd done well so far in command of Razorback, but he'd never felt pressure like this.
I think I've got something, Adrian sang out. Bearing 290-ish, around 8 miles. They must be closing with us for a better shot after taking Weirwood out.
Diego didn't need to be told twice. No, he needed distraction from the image of Weirwood breaking up on the surface that Martricia, the frigate's former captain, had messaged him. Weirwood was gone, and he damned well was going to spook these Americans into surrendering. He wanted them dead, salivated for it. But smart pirates checked their email and saw that the ransom for the Fogborn research team was up to $20 million. Smart pirates could kill 1 or 2 American submariners afterward, like their weapons officer and captain. Accidents happened.
Fire a warning shot across their bow, he snarled. Torpedo in the water! Torpedo in the water bearing 315? Wilson sounded confused. Con, sonar, I say again, torpedo in the water bearing 315, not inbound own ship.
Alex blinked. What the hell are they shooting at?
If you want me to answer that, Captain, I need to go sit a few minutes on that other boat and ask the assholes. Master Chief Morton grinned. But best guess? You've got 'em spooked, and they just blew their wad at a sonar ghost.
Alex snickered. Laughter was a strange feeling with a torpedo in the water, but it wasn't aimed at his boat, and Alex had a 500-foot-long Swiss Army knife of a submarine with which to respond. Part of me wants to sit here and see how many torpedoes they'll pickle off in the wrong direction. He scratched the back of his neck. But that's not very smart, is it?
I would recommend against it, Captain.
George had his serious face on. Was Alex being too blithe?
From where I'm sitting, it's always good tactics to let the enemy waste rounds on something that isn't you, Paul said.
The giant Marine had crammed himself into a corner again, and now he grinned at Alex.
How many torpedoes do those U-boats hold, anyway?
Export version? Master Chief Morton asked.
The Type 214s have 8 tubes and room for 12 more weapons. When a country owns them, that's a mix of missiles and torpedoes, total of 20. But how many torps a pirate can afford is the magic question. Probably not 20.
Paul cocked his head.
Then again, if they can afford a submarine on the black market.
Torpedoes expire, Alex said.
Submarines, as long as the pressure hull is good, we're okay.
No one mentioned that Jimmy Carter was rated for a lifespan of 40 years from the day her keel was laid down in 1998. Submariners were good at math. The Gertrude crackled.
American submarine? That is the only warning shot you will get.
The same accented, but now angry, voice said. A buzz almost ate his next words.
Surface now and surrender the Fogborn team, or you will all die.
Sir, we should probably talk to them. George clasped his hands like he was trying not to grab the handset. Alex almost wished he would. The idea of having to come up with something pithy and smart to say on a radio circuit anyone could hear tied his stomach into more knots than being shot at did. He rubbed his eyes, suddenly very tired. What the hell was wrong with him? All these years of talking on comm circuits should have gotten him over his fear of public speaking, yet here he was, hating the way his own crew stared at him expectantly. Alex swallowed. You're probably right, XO. I can handle it if you need me to, sir, Maggie said quietly. Her dark eyes were a little wide, and her hair was getting frizzy again. But she looked calmer than he felt. No, he shook his head. It's my damn job. Alex refused to be like Chris goddamned Kennedy and slough his job off on other people just because he was a little bit of a coward about talking on the stupid radio. Licking his lips, he grabbed the handset. Why was this easier earlier? Was it because he hadn't stopped to think about it? Weps, dial in tubes 5 and 7 on track 7080. If either of them twitches a weapon in our direction, I want to send one at them first, Alex ordered. Was he trying to buy himself time? Sure. He didn't want to engage in public speaking. But it was still a smart order to give. Weps, aye, solution ready, Benji grinned. His team had kept the firing solution on the pirate corvette updated since the beginning of their little stalk. Ship ready, Chief Stevens echoed. American Submarine, we will not warn you again. You have 1 minute to begin surfacing. If we do not detect motion toward the surface, you are going to the bottom. Shaking himself, Alex lifted the handset. Pirate Submarine, this is U.S. Navy warship. Your compatriot has engaged in hostile action against the United States Navy. Your verbal statements, recorded by our logs, have indicated you are eager to do the same. Surrender now and stand by to be boarded by my Marines. If you do not indicate your immediate willingness to do so, I will assume you intend to continue your attack and meet that with the precision and violence characteristic of the U.S. Navy. Over. Shit, Captain, that sounded badass, Maggie whispered. Nav, George hissed as Alex flushed. Do I get to board them? Please? Paul rubbed his hands together. I'd love to give you a pirate submarine for Christmas. It's September, Paul. Hey, a smart Marine starts early. American Submarine, you are outnumbered 2-1. Don't be stupid. Turn over the Fogborn team, and you can go free. My ass, Alex muttered before he could stop himself. Yeah, just surface and get vulnerable. Then everything will be hunky-fucking-dory and we'll be nice, promise. Sir, shouldn't we pursue all peaceful avenues? George asked. Not if it involves violating our orders or handing innocent people to pirates, Alex replied, aghast. Besides, Paul rumbled, his smile gone, we're at war, Commander Kirkland. These idiots may not be the enemies who've declared war upon us, but they've worked pretty damn hard at putting a target on their backs. It is not our job to take the fucking thing off once they put it on. George flinched. I didn't mean that we should, Colonel. He crossed his arms. Only that as these pirates are not combatants in the war, we should not automatically treat them as such. Gentlemen, this is a fascinating theoretical discussion, but given that these assholes have shot at us and seem willing to do it again, I'm going to err on the side of shooting them first, Alex said. He held up a hand when George opened his mouth to object. I'll give them one last chance to suffer an attack of common sense. One last deep breath. Alex let his annoyance with George put an edge in his voice as he said, Pirate Submarine, the U.S. Navy does not negotiate with pirates. I have both your vessels in my sights. Surface now. Out. No way they surface, Paul slumped. Pity. You squids get all the fun. Not sorry. Pfft. Con sonar, torpedo in the water, Wilson's voice sang through the intercom. 2 torpedoes in the water, bearing 015 and 014. Range 18,000 yards. Torpedo speed 50 knots. Tonals match the LIG Tiger Shark heavyweight torp across the board. Looks like the South Koreans sold some fish with her when they chucked the boat. Weps, match bearings, and shoot. Tubes 2 and 4 for track 7080. Benji's hand slapped down. Tubes 2 and 4 fired electronically. 2 fish running hot, straight, and normal, Chief Broadley reported. Con sonar, incoming fish are in a search pattern, Wilson added. They're better shots than the last one, but they're not barreling straight at us. I don't think they have a good fix on us, sir. And here I thought me talking so much gave us away. Alex forced a smile, despite the lump in his throat. Sonar Con, What depth are the torps searching at? Sir, if you want, I can take a walk outside to check, but ain't no way for sure to tell that by listening. At least not when their torpedo sonar isn't hitting us for me to use, Wilson replied. I mean, you could do something and let them find us. Then I can tell you if they're diving down to our depth. But I could also tell you that I love trivia, and the tiger shark is rated to 300 meters. Which is 984 feet, Alex laughed. I know. Every eye in control swiveled to look at Alex, except those looking at the depth gauge that read 1,200 in glowing red numbers. 300 feet above Jimmy Carter, the pirates' torpedoes kept circling, looking for a target they couldn't find. Meanwhile, American torpedoes closed with their closer enemy. Chaos reigned on board Destroyer as the U-boat ran. A French, Indian, or Russian submarine would have had practice evading a torpedo. But a pirate? Diego Reyes and his crew were not accustomed to enemies who fought back. Angry as he was, Diego's mind had been on the big payday he could earn from capturing the Fogborn team, and the extra bonus he could pick up from one of America's enemies if he delivered an intact attack submarine. He never realized he'd bitten off more than he could chew. A Mark 84 Advanced Spearfish variant's maximum speed was 87 knots. By the time Destroyer sped up to her maximum submerged speed of 20 knots, Jimmy Carter's torpedoes had already crossed almost 12,000 yards, or 6 nautical miles. Destroyer turned away from the torpedoes, running for her life. But the turn cost her speed as well, and AIP diesel submarines were not built for evasion. Now it was a stern chase, and both ASVs had 67 knots of overtake. They needed less than 3 minutes to cross that last 6,000 yards. 2 more good hits! Wilson sounded like he wanted to throw a party. Hot damn! I've got multiple secondary explosions. Ouch, no one's making it off of that puppy. Alex tried not to swallow. He should feel ecstatic. 2 shots, 2 kills. Instead, the voice of a now-dead pirate echoed in his mind. Who was he to end lives like that? No, he shook himself. This was the job, and whoever was on that U-boat preyed on innocents. It wasn't his fault they'd gone after a hard target. Con sonar, the Corvette is turning to run, Chief Bradley said. Shit, Alex had almost forgotten them. Weps, match bearings and shoot, tubes 5 and 7, track 7081. Captain, are you sure we shouldn't? George started, but Benji talked right over him. Match bearings and shoot, track 7081I, tubes 5 and 7 fired electrically. Con sonar, 2 fish running. Belay that 1 fish running hot, straight, and normal. The second motor didn't kick on, Bradley reported. Alex leaned forward, his heart suddenly racing like a car gone out of control. Sonar, con, say again? Sir, the fish out of tube 5 is dropping like the U-boat. No motor, nada. It wants to be an anchor, Wilson replied. Torp out of tube 7 is on target, Bradley said. Alex looked over at Benji, who was bent over the fire control team's consoles as his sailors worked furiously. As if sensing his eyes, the weapons officer turned to him. Looks like it's a dud, sir. Torpedo's not responding, even though we haven't cut the wire. Cut it now. Like Wilson said, if it has aspirations to be an anchor, I don't want to drag it around. Benji cringed. Anchors bearing warheads. No thanks. You want to fire tube 1, sir? Chief Stevens asked. Reload will be done in 30 seconds. Alex shook his head. Hold that one for a snapshot if needed. We shouldn't need more than 1 to crack a Corvette open. But just in case, let's not cut the wire to the tube 7 torp. Drive this one in. Stevens grinned. You got it, Captain. Wire cut on 5 guiding torp 7 in. Very well. Squaring his shoulders, Alex glanced around control. The dragging feeling of uselessness had vanished. Instead, his crew was buoyed by the chance to finally do something, even if it was just sinking pirates. Thanks for not selling us out, Ning Tang whispered from his left, hugging herself. Alex jumped. Had she been in control the entire time? It was never an option, he said. Torp and final acquisition, Chief Stevens reported. 10 seconds to impact. His eyes flicked to the plot, watching without guilt as the final torpedo hit the patrol corvette. It was a small ship, meant for coastal patrols more than open ocean pirating, not designed to withstand anything like the warhead on a Mark 84 ASV heavyweight torpedo. It cracked her open like an egg. The initial explosion shattered her keel and killed a third of her crew. Many of the others were thrown overboard. They were the fortunate few. Less than 2 minutes later, Siren joined her piratical comrades beneath the waves. Jimmy Carter's crew listened to the secondary explosions curiously. Was that it? Were they finished? 2 or 3 long minutes ticked by before Alex asked, "Con, sonar? Any other contacts?" "Negative, sir. Nothing in range." Chief Bradley sounded subdued. Was he thinking the same thing too? Was this it? Alex glanced at Ning Tang, still standing quietly against the bulkhead, her face still pale, but her eyes fierce. Perhaps this was the only difference Jimmy Carter could make, but they'd damned well get the Fogborn team to safety. Maybe their technology would change the world. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe Jimmy Carter would just go back to escorting convoys. Chapter 27. Vanguard. 28 September 2039. The Strait of Malacca. Bluefish had settled into a standard search pattern by the time Razorback entered the Strait of Malacca. Hundreds of miles away, and unbeknownst to Commander Peterson's watchstanders, Razorback slowed an hour out from the Somme, creeping her way in at 10 knots and sneaking right under the 2 destroyers guarding the entrance. Meanwhile, Bluefish went to battle stations and plowed along on her own search pattern, crawling along at a lazy 8 knots and just waiting for someone to barge in and oppose the Lexington Strike Group. They missed the squadron of Indian destroyers that slipped into the strait 3 hours before their arrival. Operating in complete silence and emitting no radars or communications, the destroyers were on a final shakedown cruise before their first wartime deployment. They had no idea Lexington and her cohorts were on their way, days earlier than intelligence indicated they would be. But Bluefish didn't know they were there either. Bobby had been OOD for the last hour, ever since Bluefish had gone to battle stations. It would be a long watch, particularly since Commander Peterson didn't believe in spelling off his crew when things were slow. Bluefish's mission was remain in position until the Lexington Strike Group had successfully cleared out opposition in the strait, shooting anyone who tried to join the party. For Bobby, that meant over 12 consecutive hours in control, supervising a whole lot of dangerous nothing. Every one of those hours gave Commander Peterson another opportunity to glare unhappily at the back of his head, too. Bobby wasn't great at standing still to begin with. Having his CO glower at him only made his own anxiety grow like poison ivy. Still, there had to be some benefits to staring at the chart long enough. Unfortunately, the idea that struck him wasn't good. In fact, it was downright terrifying. A few seconds thinking about it knotted Bobby's stomach into a solid ball of festering lead. After a few moments of trying, he caught the XO's eye, and Vanderbilt ambled over. He was probably glad for the distraction. There were only so many minutes you could stare at a blank fire control plot before going insane. Bluefish wasn't tracking anything. The surrounding seas were unnaturally still. "What's on your mind, Nav?" Vanderbilt asked, guiding Bobby away from the corner of control where Peterson stewed. Not glancing at his CO took a Herculean effort. Bobby gestured at the electronic chart.
I was just staring at our projected course like a good OOD. He shifted from his left foot to his right. All this standing still made him stiff. And then I remembered the mine warfare module back at the sub-school. Okay. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Bobby swallowed. Still, he was committed, so he fidgeted and continued. Well, sir, I was just thinking that this looks like the ideal bottom type for mines, he said. And I remember from the intel download that the Indians haven't been using many mines in the last couple months. The XO frowned. Didn't that same intel download speculate that Alliance forces might have inadvertently destroyed a few thousand mines in transit from Mumbai to Jakarta? But what if they didn't? Bobby knew something was wrong. Speculation isn't fact, and we're heading into shallower water now, which only increases the mine danger. No kidding. Vanderbilt breathed. Then he gave Bobby a hard look. You should have brought that to the captain's attention, you know. Bobby turned a look on his XO that he knew resembled a deer caught in the headlights. Vanderbilt's shoulders slumped. I know. I'll talk to him. It was the XO's job to take that gut shot, but Bobby felt guilty as he watched Vanderbilt head over to where Peterson was frowning over the sailor on the helm. They spoke quietly for several moments before Peterson twisted to look at Bobby. The captain's gray eyes bored in on him, and Bobby tried to pretend he didn't notice. Doing his job correctly shouldn't have created an attack of performance anxiety, but the longer he was on Bluefish, the more fretful he got. He was tired of being berated for trying to do the right thing. Nav. The sound of the captain's voice made him jump like a targeted rabbit. Yes, sir? Join us. Yes, sir. The captain and the XO stood over by the chart table Bobby had abandoned earlier. Bobby noticed Peterson had zoomed in to study the same area Bobby and Vanderbilt had discussed. Even after Bobby moved to the captain's side, Peterson said nothing for several long moments, leaving Bobby to stew, his stomach churning. Man, he should have drank less coffee. Bluefish edged into the shallows. The conning officer, one of the junior officers assigned to Bobby's watch at battle stations, was keeping the submarine directly on the track Peterson had laid out, not daring to vary more than a handful of yards right or left of it. Most boats streamlined their watch organizations and combined the watches of OOD and conning officer. But Peterson was a stickler for details, so Bluefish kept them separate. Bobby wouldn't have cared if Ensign D'Angelo hadn't been so darn new and inexperienced, but D'Angelo required more effort to supervise than driving the boat himself would have taken. D'Angelo could be trusted to steer Bluefish on any prearranged course, but when it came to tactical maneuvering, he was hopeless. That meant D'Angelo blindly followed that programmed track when it wandered into the most dangerous area for bottom mines. And Bluefish was there now. Yeah, Bobby would stick mines here if he wanted to ruin someone's day. The ocean floor was less than 300 feet below the keel of the submarine, perfect for moored mines and bottom mines. Bobby licked his lips. Did he try to speak out again? He'd already argued against trying to patrol this area, only to be shot down, twice. The XO tells me you're concerned about mines in this area, Peterson finally said, his disapproving sneer still in place. Well, Bobby shrugged, trying to look casual. It seems logical, sir. I mean, if I was going to stick some mines out here to annoy enemy visitors, this is where I'd put them. That's a good point, Peterson said, making Bobby's head jerk up in surprise. Intelligence disagrees with you, but it's still smart to keep an eye out. Good thinking, Mr. O'Kane. Bobby blinked. Thank you, Captain. He wasn't sure when he'd last heard Peterson praise someone. Do you want to head for deeper water, then? Not at this time, Peterson scowled. We need to remain on station. Bobby managed not to groan.
Why was it that the captain picked now to be courageous? 90 minutes into the Somme, and Razorback had already sunk 2 Indian Scorpions. The first had been waiting just south of the destroyers guarding the mouth of the strait, snorkeling to charge her batteries. John knew why. The Indians weren't stupid, and they owned quite a few satellites. Everyone and their drunk grandfather knew the Lexington strike group was coming. They might have been caught off guard by their early move, but by now every satellite focused on the area had spotted the ships. Hell, the Indians probably even knew how far ahead the advance group was, despite efforts to conceal it. But no one knew about Razorback. That diesel boat's captain probably thought he was being proactive and that he had a couple hours to prepare. John torpedoed him without a moment's hesitation, putting 2 Mark 84 torpedoes into the snorkeling submarine before the enemy ever detected him. His first victim didn't have time to get a transmission off and warn its fellows, which made sinking the second one even easier. That Scorpion was lurking in slightly deeper water, not shallow enough to snorkel, but clearly in communications with its higher headquarters. The newer Scorpions had pretty good communication suites, John knew, and the odds of this sub notifying others of his attack were high. Razorback slammed a pair of torpedoes into this one as well, and then headed further into the Somme, cruising along at 15 knots. "Con sonar, you're not going to believe this, Captain," John's leading sonar tech said 15 minutes after they'd sent the second sub to the bottom. "I don't know about that. You all know that I've got a pretty active imagination." John leaned into the speaker with a grin. The atmosphere on Razorback had been tense when they'd first gone to battle stations. Everyone knew that heading into the Strait of Malacca ahead of the main force was a suicide mission in all but name. But the first 2 kills came so damn easy. No one said anything, but now they were all starting to believe that they might survive. So the answering smile from the senior chief manning sonar was genuine. "I've got 4 contacts incoming at high speed, 2 surface, 2 subsurface, but they're not coming as a combined force. They're staggered out. I can get good reads on all of them." John's heart did a backflip. Would they really come at him one at a time? A team of ships and subs might track Razorback and kill her with relative ease. But if they came in separately... "What kind of spacing are we looking at?" "Seems like 6,000 to 8,000 yards, sir," was the immediate response. "Separation of 6 minutes, plus at the speed they're moving, maybe more." "We've got system IDs, Captain," another sonar tech said. "The destroyers are French, but the subs aren't. They're both Akulas. The trailer is Indian, and I'm pretty sure the lead one is Russian." Hot damn. John forced himself to speak lightly. "Well, I suppose they had to get sick of beating up on the Japanese at some point." The single best submariner in the world might have been French, but John was smart enough to fear the Russian Navy. Thought dead and buried at the beginning of the century, the Russians' unexpected resurgence in the late 2020s was unnerving. A few pointless local wars sharpened their teeth, and then their navy exploded almost overnight. Then, through the 2030s, they rediscovered a dangerously professional core. Their surface forces were still working out the kinks, but the subfleet was an entirely different beast. Russian submarines had almost single-handedly destroyed the Japanese fleet. Although most American submariners had yet to encounter their Russian counterparts, many of those who did failed to survive the experience. There were troubles up north, near Alaska, that John's superiors didn't admit to, but John heard the rumors. A chill ran down John's spine. The Russians might be good, but this one had made a mistake. He or she was rushing into the fight, probably eager to beat the Indians or the French to the punch. But the Akula CO had either misjudged Razorback's location or was overly optimistic concerning how quiet his own submarine was at 37 knots. Probably the former. What the Russian was thinking really didn't matter. The lead Akula was racing straight into the jaws of death, and John would do nothing to dissuade the bastard. "Dial the first two in, Weps," he ordered. "2 torps each, please."
"Yes, sir."
His weapons officer sounded excited, but John couldn't blame her. Assignment to clear the Somme had been a terrifying proposition, but if the enemy was going to be so obliging...
"Solutions ready,"
Weps reported.
"Ship ready."
Patricia shot John a thumbs up. John grinned and then glanced at the plot. Damn it, if all 4 enemy ships weren't still burning holes in the water right toward him. They couldn't know that Razorback was there. No professional naval officer should be so stupid. Moments ticked by without change. "Range?" he asked one more time, just to be sure.
16,000 yards.
Given the current situation, it was the perfect range for a down-the-throat shot. John took a deep breath. "Tubes 1 and 2, fire." Diego Garcia, British Indian Ocean Territory.
"The sub's gone in,"
Julia said quietly, gesturing at the large screen displays in Bella Woods CIC. Diego Garcia was close enough to the Strait of Malacca to catch a satellite link connection with the Lexington Strike Group, so Rear Admiral Rosario pulled rank and connected her former cruiser to the link picture. Besides, Bella Wood and Fletcher were on hot standby to be support if everything went wrong. Nancy didn't want to think about how much had gone wrong in the first Battle of the Somme, or the help they'd needed afterward. Would the Indians let them collect survivors this time if the battle turned into a massacre? Nancy shivered, imagining John Dalton and a dozen other friends as prisoners of war. The link picture was only a sanitized look at what tracks were where. Each icon was color-coded for friend or foe, with foes diamond-shaped and friends circular. Recent airborne reconnaissance gave the strike group a good idea of what enemy ships were present in the Somme, and recent ship movements meant that the Freedom Union outnumbered the Alliance, despite Admiral Anderson's best efforts. Her decision to divide her force in 2 only made the odds worse, but her formations showed no sign of changing. That meant it was up to the lone submarine out front to even the odds. Nancy Coleman sat by her boss's side, outwardly composed, but with acidic butterflies eating at her insides. "That's John Dalton, you know."
"Is it?"
Julia sat up straight.
"Screw whatever asshole sent him back in there after last time. He saved us when McNally shat the bed and got a carrier sunk out from under him for his reward."
"I don't know if I ever told you he married my college roommate." Nancy's smile was crooked. "They're my younger daughter's godparents."
"Damn. No, you didn't."
Julia curled up in the Admiral's chair, seemingly not caring that 20 or 30 of Bella Wood's crew, including 10 officers, were also in CIC, watching the displays and whispering amongst themselves.
"I hope he's as good in a sub as he was with the strike group. From what my husband says, John's better in a boat."
Nancy pushed her worry for Alex aside. At least he wasn't in the Somme. She didn't much like the idea of him on some secret mission he couldn't talk about, but Alex was doing his job. And at least it wasn't there.
"I hope he's right," Julia whispered, "because he's going to have to be if they want anyone to come home from that battle."
Nancy had read the pre-battle briefs. Anderson expected 7 destroyers, 2 frigates, and a corvette in the strait, along with an unknown number of submarines. She viewed the shore-based missiles as the real threats, which was what her advance group, SAG Alpha, was supposed to deal with. Then the carrier would take out the aircraft and the airfield. Simple. Except now there were 13 destroyers in the Somme, and Nancy knew from experience how many missiles an Indian destroyer brought to the party. She rubbed her arms for warmth. If the Indian-French force coordinated their fire... "What the..." The CIC watch officer clapped her hand over her mouth.
"There go 2 French destroyers."
Julia crossed 2 off the crude checklist she'd written on her console in grease pencil.
10 destroyers to go. I wonder if he left the 2 in the mouth of the strait on purpose. I bet he did, Nancy grinned. Told you he was good. When I joked about running out of torpedoes, I didn't actually mean it, John said, as the sounds of a frigate breaking up filled Razorback's control room. Was having it on speaker dumb? Maybe. But using the dying ship to hide was a time-honored sub-tactic, and there were 2 destroyers out there hunting for John's boat. No one knew better than a submariner how useless active sonar was in waters disturbed by a sinking ship suffering secondary explosions and implosions as her watertight bulkheads collapsed. Those destroyers could ping away all day and not find him here. We'd be in better shape if we hadn't shot 2 duds at that frigate, Pat said. But do you want to ration torps this early, Captain? We're still 10 miles shy of the halfway point. Want? John grimaced and resisted the urge to kick something. Every available surface was metal, and his foot would lose. Need? Improved Cyril-class submarines like Razorback could carry 30 weapons in their torpedo room and 4 more in the tubes. Usually, captains chose to carry 8 Harpoon 3 anti-ship missiles, 8 being the most any weapons depot would give you, and 26 torpedoes. For this mission, however, John rejected the missiles and loaded 34 torpedoes. Unfortunately, Razorback had already shot 15 of those, including 2 duds. Judging from the number of ships we've already encountered, our pre-battle intel was wrong, John said quietly. I think we have to plan for the worst. Pat's eyes went a little wide, but she was as seasoned as him by now, and she only nodded. 1 torpedo per target it is, she said, and here's hoping for no more duds. Lazark's current stats say it's 1 out of every 30, John said. He knew that number because his retired admiral mother was an advisor to the Secretary of Defense, and SecDef didn't appreciate reports of torpedoes flunking out before they could kill the enemy. Well, then we've hit our fair share. Pat's smile was wry. Someone should tell them that. Let's save it for after the battle. John glanced right. Weps, make sure we save the data on the bad torps, will ya? I want to give it to Admiral Rodriguez so he can bludgeon Lazark with it. On it, sir. John took a deep breath, not liking the creeping feeling walking up his spine. XO, let's stream the comms wire. This not knowing what's coming for us is so 20th century. I want to come up in Link 18 with the strike group. He turned to the comms watch. But link only, please, gentlemen. I'm too busy to take calls right now, so let's just not dial into any comms bands and give the Admiral ideas, all right? His sailors grinned. Yes, sir. All right, then. John glanced at the clock. The advance force should enter the Somme in 20 minutes. In the meantime, let's go be the bull in the proverbial china shop. You've got an idea? Pat asked. Oh, yeah. These destroyers are focused on sub-hunting right now. They expect us to shoot at them, and they're going to keep sub-hunting until they're certain we're dead, right? That's generally how it works. Then let's leave them to it. We'll sneak right under them and pass targeting info straight to Parramatta. I bet Commander Goddard can figure out what to do with that. Pat cocked her head, studying the developing link picture. It's too far for a harpoon shot, sir. But not for LRASM, John grinned. Entering the Strait of Malacca, Lexington Strike Group, SAG Alpha. Link picture updating, Captain, a watchkeeper reported, and Commander Fletch Goddard turned away from his conversation with his ops officer to study the display. So, Razorback decided to join the party. He scratched his chin. Bloody hell, I didn't expect them to be halfway in already. They're actually 15 miles shy of the halfway point, Captain, his ops officer said. Close enough, Fletch grunted. Damned good work so far, but if they dance with those destroyers too long, the next group will catch up with them. The thought hit him like lightning,
just as he started to wonder why Razorback would choose now to come up in Link. They could have done it early on, when streaming their comms wire, a potentially noisy evolution, wouldn't have a high chance of two highly motivated enemies detecting them. Fletch grabbed a nearby phone and dialed the bridge. "EXO," Charlie Markey said. "Charlie, how many LRASMs does Jason Dunham carry?" 8. She's got an entire VLS cell of them." There was no hesitation. Charlie was great at details. "And the range on those darlings is over 300 nautical miles, correct?" "Yes, sir." He could hear Charlie's grin. "I like the way you think." "I bet Razorback will, too." Fletch hung that phone up and pulled on a headset. One stop of his foot pedal, and he was live on the strike group command circuit. "Jason Dunham, this is Parramatta Actual. Launch 2 LS Rams each at track 7714 and 7715, over." The AGM-158C LRASM, long-range anti-ship missile, was a relatively new missile, and Jason Dunham was the only ship in Fletch's advance force that carried it. From what Fletch understood, Dunham only had those missiles thanks to a lost bet between the weapons depot and Dunham's XO. But he didn't much give a damn how the aging destroyer got the new missiles. Their range was 12 times that of the evolved Sea Sparrow missiles Parramatta carried. Even better, the LRASM was a stealthy, sea-skimming missile. It would take almost 30 minutes to reach the Indian destroyers, but they would never see it coming. "This is Jason Dunham. Roger. Break. Spin up and launch will take 2 mics. Over." "Parramatta. Roger. Out." Fletch turned back to his ops officer as excitement vibrated through Parramatta's entire ops center. "Let's find someone else for Dunham to kill on our way in, shall we?" "All stations, SUWC, Bulldogs away," Jason Dunham's surface warfare coordinator reported on the internal communications net. "Bridge aye." Lieutenant Commander Stephanie Gomez turned to the officer of the deck and grinned. "I guess that bet paid off, huh?" Lieutenant Junior Grade Angelina Darnell snickered. Laughing made her one-eyed face look vaguely evil, a fact she traded on with officers more junior than her. "Ma'am, I'm going to miss you when you move on." "Who said anything about going anywhere?" Steph asked. "Promotions lists come out in November, and I bet you're going to be on it," Angelina shrugged. "That'll mean you're too senior to stay XO on a lowly and aging destroyer." "Well, if our counterparts didn't keep getting sunk, Dunham wouldn't be working her way toward being the oldest destroyer in the fleet." Steph shuddered. She loved this ship. She did. After almost a year and a half on board, through 3 captains, 2 collisions, multiple other disasters, and countless battles won or lost, the crew was like family. But Steph was also ready to move on. She burned for her own command, for her own chance to make a difference. Dunham had been in a lot of battles, but she was usually stuck in the back or sent to fight for secondary objectives. Not today, though. Today, Dunham sailed just 300 yards off Parramatta's port beam, and they were the first of SAG Alpha to fire. Even as the newer destroyers in the group fired their Harpoon 3s at the 2 destroyers guarding the Somme entrance, Dunham was left out of that fight. But now, Steph didn't mind. They were on track to matter. After being stuck between an advancing French force and jack shit for resources back on Armistice Station at the war's start, that was all Steph wanted. To matter. Today, Jason Dunham might finally shake her bad luck reputation. Boom! Bluefish jerked out from under his feet and threw herself to port, rolling through 10, 20, 30, and then 40 degrees before ponderously righting herself. Lights flickered, and sailors slammed into equipment before the submarine finally crept back onto an even keel. Bobby could hear Rose swearing viciously as the master fire control computer arced and sparked as watchstanders yelped and jumped clear. Boom! The second concussion was more distant, but Bluefish still jumped like a wounded animal, bucking and creaking in protest. For several moments, no one spoke. Even Rose stopped swearing, and everyone waited anxiously as one of the techs leaped over to secure the power to the fire control panel, which extinguished the electrical fire. "Officer of the deck, I've got indications of flooding in the sonar dome," the sonar supervisor reported. "I have a complete loss of sonar forward." "OODI," Bobby replied. His brain went to autopilot, reaching back into his pre-war training. "Diving officer, make your depth 100 feet. He hadn't bothered to ask the captain, but no one contradicted him. "Dear God," someone whispered. "What happened?" A long moment of silence stretched out before Master Chief Baker said what no one else would. "Must have hit a mine. But we weren't right on top of the fucker. If we were, we'd be in shredded pieces on the bottom." "Fuck." Rose grabbed Bobby's arm and squeezed. He could feel her wanting to say it, but no one would. "What did you say when the captain had driven them straight into a minefield?" Nothing. That was what. Bobby's first priority was getting Bluefish closer to the surface as soon as possible. "Make my depth 100 feet, aye, sir." The diving officer sounded relieved to have something to do. "Commence hover once we reach 100 feet. Bobby's mind worked furiously. He knew there were no mines here, but ahead of them? To port and starboard? How far into a minefield could they have wandered? Commander Peterson was pale and frozen when Bobby finally remembered to glance his way, staring with hollow eyes at the chart. He couldn't believe it, could he? Bobby shifted slightly, hoping to get his attention. No joy. "Con, DCA, repair parties heading forward," the voice of Bluefish's damage control assistant said on the comm. Bobby steeled himself. Peterson still said nothing. "Con, aye." He sucked in a ragged breath. "We've had an electrical fire up here, DCA." "DCA, aye. Electrician en route." I hate being right. Hate. Bobby swallowed, trying to screw up the courage to say something or stop wiggling. Either would work. Fortunately, someone else got in first. "Captain, I recommend going active on the low-frequency mine-hunting sonar until we're clear of the minefield," the XO said. Vanderbilt was bleeding from a cut on his forehead and swaying more than Bobby. Bobby's heart sank. Did he have a concussion? Peterson shook his head convulsively. "Not while we're half blind. Someone might hear." "Sir, if we hit another mine, it won't matter what they hear," Vanderbilt said, his voice slurring like a drunk who was a six-pack into a great weekend. Definitely a concussion, Bobby decided. Vanderbilt was usually more subtle. "We damned well better not," Peterson snapped. "If we do..." The speaker on the bulkhead crackled, cutting him off. "Con, maneuvering room." "Go ahead." Peterson got there before Bobby could, sounding waspish. Lou's disembodied voice was eerily calm. "Sir, preliminary damage assessment as follows. Major flooding in the dome through a hole on the starboard side forward. Pumps online and are maintaining 3 feet of water on deck. Flooding in the torpedo room from burst seawater service piping with 8 inches of water on deck. Patch in progress. Multiple Class Charlie fires reported on the starboard side. Breakers tripping from shock damage throughout the boat. Investigation in progress." "Can I maneuver?" Peterson demanded. "Yes, sir," Lou replied after a moment. "Engineering recommends remaining below 5 knots to minimize changes of pressure in the dome. Shallow water maneuvering is better." "Captain, aye."
Bobby almost decided that Peterson was starting to sound normal again, but before he could complete the thought, his captain turned to face him with burning eyes. "Get us out of here, Nav," he snarled, "now that you've gotten us into this mess." Bobby reeled back as if struck, eyes going wide. He stuttered, "Captain, I don't want to hear it." Stung, Bobby could only stare. He'd tried to tell Peterson that they were entering a mine danger area, only to be ignored. And now it was his fault? Peterson was the captain. He could paint this however he wanted, and there was no use arguing with him. Besides, Bobby's mouth opened and closed several times, but he couldn't come up with a coherent objection. The captain had always been prickly, but he'd never been so blatantly unfair as this. "Get us out of this infernal minefield, Mr. O'Kane," Peterson repeated. "I need to report to Commodore Banks." "Aye, sir," Bobby managed as Peterson stalked out. The trip back to Perth was going to be a long one. Chapter 28. The Early Bird Gets the Worm. 28 September 2039. The Strait of Malacca. SAG Alpha. Parramatta shuddered, launching a pair of evolved Sea Sparrow missiles at the incoming threat. The missiles burst out of her launch cells, flaring into the air with brilliant abandon, and then burning away from the ship at Mach 4. Fletch, sitting in the frigate's ops room, tried to appear calm, but he was a sub-hunter at heart, and so was his ship. Air threats were not his area of expertise. Yet, seniority had put him in command of the advance group. Sometimes, he wondered if Admiral Anderson put an Australian in command of the SAG Alpha precisely so that there would not be a successful American with whom to compete. It was a dirty thought, but hard to escape when you associated with someone as blatantly ambitious as Christy Anderson. Fletch drummed his fingers against his console and decided he was glad she wasn't in his navy. "All stations, air. Track 71999 killed with birds," his air warfare coordinator reported. "Captain, aye. Well done, people," Fletch said into the internal comms net. "That's 2 Indian destroyers down, and the doorway to the Strait of Malacca is open. Let's keep our eyes open for shore-based missiles while we march through." Parramatta wasn't made for this fight, but Fletch would damned well fight it. "All stations, Lima Alpha, launching chicks in 15 mics for TAC air cover," the staff watch on board Lexington reported. Fletch glanced at his plot. Parramatta and her formation were roaring into the strait at 30 knots, past the flaming wreckage of 2 Indian destroyers. Cruise missile sites to both port and starboard had been destroyed in their first barrage of missiles, though a few leakers got through, one of which hit Sam Nunn, the newer of Fletch's 2 American destroyers. Fortunately, the damage was relatively minor. Sam Nunn's helicopters had both been taken out by the missile, which went straight through her helicopter hangar before exploding. But this wasn't a battle where helicopters mattered much, or at least it wouldn't be if Razorback did her job and cleared the subs out of the strait. And in 15 minutes, American F-35s would scream overhead and take out a few more of those annoying cruise missile sites, hopefully before they targeted Fletch's ships. "1 torpedo running. Damn it, sir, we got another dud," Chief Anton Kruger swore in a language John didn't know and wasn't going to ask about. "Snapshot tube 3, track 7716, John ordered. "Cut that dead torp loose. All ahead flank." Razorback surged forward, her propulsor chewing into the water as she clawed her way up to her top speed of 63 knots. John almost never reached for speed, but with an angry frigate on his tail, today was a day to run. "Con sonar splashes," sonar reported. "Splashes aft." "Brace for impact," John snapped. "Right standard rudder." "Right standard rudder, aye. My rudder is right 15 degrees, no new course given," the diving officer replied. Captain, we are at flank speed. Very well. John grabbed for the overhead as his submarine leaned into the turn, trembling. Pre-war thinking said not to use over 5 to 8 degrees of rudder at flank speed. Anything more might shear sound-absorbing tiles off the boat's exterior, or break something vital. Somehow, John thought they'd forgive him, provided he didn't sink the entire damned submarine. Tube 3 fired electrically, Wepps reported. 1 fish running, hot, straight, and normal. Thank God, John whispered before he could stop himself. Then he looked over at Pat. I could drop one of those duds on the Lazark CEO's house right about now. Fuck their 30% failure rate. Maybe we got a bad batch, sir. Let's hope not. John turned back toward the plot, but the depth charges exploding muddied the picture up so much that tracks were jumping all over the place. Computers were brilliant, but so-called optimized automatic passive sonar tracking worked like crap when there was a lot of noise in the water. John hit the talk switch on the box to his right. Sonar Khan, what's our friend doing? Khan sonar, bottom bound says he's right outside the mess and staying where he can fling rocket-propelled depth charges at us. You hear that, Webs? John twisted around. Yes, sir. Chief Kruger is driving this fish personally, and it's going under the gunk to find something special on the other side. Good. Steady as she goes. John liked his current course. It was right on the edge of the cloud of explosions the Indian frigate was causing with their constant depth charging. Razorback was close enough that they could occasionally feel a tremor through her hull, but far enough away for nothing to hurt her. Steady as she goes, aye. My course is 027, Captain, the diving officer reported. Very well. John eyed the chart. They were almost at the Somm's narrowest point, where it was only about 40 nautical miles wide. He couldn't keep racing around right here, not if he didn't want to run right up onto the coast of Malaysia. Running into islands tended to be bad for submarines, so it was time to be a responsible adult. All ahead standard for 15 knots. All ahead standard for 15 knots, aye. My engines are ahead standard. Very well. Torpedo and final acquisition. Time to impact, 30 seconds. Con sonar, target is maneuvering, turning away and dropping noisemakers. Con aye. John glanced at the plot one more time. The frigate's track was clearer now, and he could see them turning away. John imagined the frigate was pushing for flank speed and doing their torpedo evasion maneuvers. Unfortunately for the Indians, those maneuvers were all designed to work against the old Seabass torpedo, and this torpedo still had a human brain telling it not to fall for noisemakers or other tricks. Besides, the ASV was more than twice as fast as that frigate. Impact! No one cheered, though most of the watchstanders in control smiled. John just turned to Pat. Find me the next one. Vampire, vampire, vampire. Vampire track 7654, inbound own sector, engaging with birds. A flash split the air, followed by the whooshing roar of a missile leaving Jason Dunham's vertical launch system. It was a spectacular sight from the bridge, and Steph remembered staring in awe during training exercises back when she was a division officer. Back when they launched maybe a missile or two a year. Another fireball roared out from astern as the second missile in the pair launched. Standard doctrine was to shoot 2 missiles at any incoming threat, and Jason Dunham's air warfare coordinator had done just that when a Brahmos NG missile from one of the shore batteries to the west targeted them. Steph swallowed and tried to keep her eyes on the horizon, searching for surface threats. But it was damned hard when the battle was an air battle. Missiles crossed in the air, coming from both shores and raining down on SAG Alpha's 5 ships. Being stuck in a crossfire like this was nerve-rattling, even when it was part of the battle plan. And Steph was no admiral, so who was she to question the sanity of the people who put them here? She knew their air defense was carefully coordinated by the watch on board Sam Nunn, whose spy radar was the newest and most powerful. Their backup was the Australian destroyer HMAS Sydney, who was built with the same Aegis weapon system Stephanie's own destroyer possessed. Together, the 3 Aegis ships were responsible for the outer rings of air defense, while Parramatta and the littoral combat ship Billings handled leakers with their short-range Sea Sparrow and enhanced Sea Sparrow missiles. If planning had been in Steph's hands, she wouldn't have sent either Parramatta or Billings in with the advance group. Neither was good at air defense by design, but no one asked her. In fact, Admiral Anderson seemed distinctly unwilling to take any input. So here they were. Jason Dunham's internal net crackled with energy. Leaker, 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 leaker track 7659er and 7651 inbound Sam Nunn. Instinctively, Steph looked at the ship just ahead of them in the formation. Missile hatches opened on Dunham's younger sister's aft missile deck, but a long moment passed with nothing happening. Christ, I think they have a hang fire, Angelina breathed. Moments later, 2 of Jason Dunham's forward missile hatches slammed open, and her own short-ranged ESSMs spat out. Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles were shorter-ranged than standard missiles, but they were faster, too. A quartet of them had the best chance of covering Sam Nunn, but they were a split second too late. Steph watched in horror as the missiles crossed in the sky, the ESSMs arcing just feet above the missiles they intended to kill. Losing lock, they tumbled into the ocean uselessly. Then the pair of shore-launched BrahMos missiles slammed into Sam Nunn's midsection, and their 200-kilogram warheads exploded together. Shit, I think Sam Nunn went down, Rear Admiral Julia Rosario whispered. Nancy's head jerked up in time to see the flashing link track representing the American destroyer vanish. She swallowed. I don't suppose everyone could have lost radar contact on her at once. Sometimes all you had were forlorn hopes. I wish. Julia rubbed her face. I didn't feel bad about not going back, but now I'm starting to. Was that when the air attack hit the main group, or just now? Both? Nancy's eyes flicked back to the plot on Bella Wood's large-screen displays. Looks like Sydney won't be far behind her. Anderson never should have stuck her up front. She got hammered hard. Those Hobarts are pretty tough customers. I think whoever was up there solo would have gotten the axe, Julia replied. But you wouldn't have put someone up there alone. Nancy glanced at her boss, remembering her own experiences fighting off an unexpected air attack in the Strait of Malacca, and the woman whose level-headed tactics saved her ship. No, not against BrahMos missiles. Those damn things are just too fast. Julia shook her head. The air-launched ones are even worse than the ship-launched versions, because you've got less time to get a lock on them. Poor bastards. Watching from an electronically aided distance was torture. The advance group was almost at the midpoint of the strait now, with the main force less than an hour behind them. The ships out front were doing okay against shore-based cruise missiles, minus Sam Nunn's recent loss, but Lexington and her escorts had been hit hard by air attacks. Reports in chat indicated that the cruiser Anzio was on fire. The littoral combat ship Oakland had exploded after 2 hits, and Lexington herself had been hit too. It wasn't a great start for Admiral Anderson's unbeatable plan, for sure. I'm trying to distract myself by reading the news, Nancy said after several moments of heavy silence. It's all about fusion, since the press hasn't caught wind of this battle yet. If the universe is kind, they'll wait for the press release. Nancy snorted. You know it won't be. Easily we'll be all over this shit, starting with the number of Americans dead. Don't burst my bubble. Anything interesting about fusion? Blah, 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 going to change the world, blah, she said. I'll share the link if you want. Sure. Nancy wasn't just reading articles, however. She didn't have to be a genius to add 2 and 2 together and figure out Alex's current mission. Sure, article after article talked about finally cracking the fusion code and what that meant for humanity. She'd already read 6. Most didn't mention what fusion could do for the war effort. She figured those would come out tomorrow. But a lot talked about a mysterious research group on an underwater station in the South China Sea. Some even mentioned Red Tiger Station, And while Alex hadn't told Nancy where he was going, he had mentioned a secret mission that was outside the normal scope of the war. Given the details she now had, she could only think of one place the Navy's former spy sub would go, where they were out of comms for such a long time. The fact that he'd be in Diego Garcia in a few days confirmed her suspicions. Nancy could do time distance just as well as when she'd been a navigator in her division officer days, and the timing for some secret mission in the Indian Ocean just didn't add up. Julia whistled. The Navy that gets this in a submarine first is going to have a hell of an advantage, aren't they? You're asking the wrong Commander Coleman. Nancy's grin was brief as her stomach tried to twist itself into worried knots. My husband's the nuke. I know enough to be dangerous in a coffee shop convo, Julia said, and enough to understand that navies who aren't already shooting will go to war for this tech too. Safe nuclear power for your ships and subs, not to mention stable power on the home front. Everyone's going to be gunning for this Fogborn team. I hope to hell we get to them first. Nancy swallowed. Me too. You want to head back toward the middle of the strait, Captain? Pat asked after the frigate finished breaking up and Razorback turned southeast once more. Their previous sprint had deposited the attack sub in the shallow waters along Malaysia's coast, a place where most nuclear-powered boats avoided out of habit. John studied the chart. It wasn't too shallow here. He still had 600 feet of water to play with, and who cared if he was in Malaysian territorial waters? Malaysia had chosen their side in the war, and it wasn't the Alliance. I like this spot. Let's make like a diesel for a bit and see if we can flush one or two out while we're at it, John replied. Pat arched an eyebrow. You think there are any left in here? Maybe, John shrugged. It doesn't hurt to look, and now we know we have more surface targets coming at us, so it pays to be where they won't expect us. Hooray for satellites, I guess, Pat frowned. I'm still nervous about torpedo consumption, sir. We're down to 15, and who knows how many of those might be duds. I hear you. 15's not the number I'd like to have when we know there's another 8 destroyers coming at us, along with whatever other boats they can scrape up. I'm more worried about the subs now that SAG Alpha is in action. They've lost one. John gestured at the plot. Sam Nunn is either out of the action or going down. Hopefully the main group can pick up her survivors, but that's one Aegis destroyer down from SAG Alpha. That's going to make air defense harder for them. You say so, sir. That skimmer stuff really isn't my thing. John chuckled. Not mine either, but I learned a lot when I was on Enterprise. Thinking about the first battle of the Somme still threatened to drag him into a dark place, but John shook it off. Helps that I've got a good friend who is an SWO, too. And that you want to be an admiral someday, Pat grinned. Well, my parents would be pretty disappointed if I didn't, John replied. But that's a topic for another day. Let's survive today first. I second that. Pat flicked the intercom switch. Sonar Con, you got anything for us? Link tracks on the destroyers are still too far for sonar in current conditions, but we've got a sniff of something submerged in the shallows. Bearing about 129er, range 14,000 yards. Whoever it is, they're trying to hide in under the layer. There's our next customer, John said, feeling his heart race in the best way. Damn it all if he didn't have the best crew. Did he really have to leave them in just a few months? Set up on him, Weps. Weps, aye. Razorback's crew responded with well-oiled precision, and soon another Scorpion joined her fellows on the bottom. Like the others, this one never knew Razorback was even there, though it was safe to say that someone on the Indian side had figured it out. 20 minutes later, the destroyer squadron launched helicopters and started some serious anti-submarine warfare. John smiled to himself, kept hugging the shallows, and watched those helicopters concentrate on the deep water American submarines were known to operate in. The strike group has reached Sam Nunn's survivors, Captain, Charlie said. Fletch was glad they were on the phone, and his XO couldn't see his ashen white face. He felt a little sick. One of his ships had sunk, and he hadn't been able to do a damned thing to help her people.
Please tell me they're picking them up.
Northumberland has slowed.
Thank God.
Fletch sank back in his chair in Parramatta's ops center, allowing himself 10 seconds to savor his relief. Then he forced his mind back to work.
Thank you, Charlie.
Anytime, sir. Fletch hung up the phone and turned back to his ops officer. But he didn't get a chance to speak before the strike group command circuit crackled. Parramatta Actual, this is Lima Alpha. Your request for Anzio to engage tracks 7688 and Company with LSRASM is approved, over. All stations Anzio launching long-range bulldogs, over. Fletch felt a giddy feeling curl up in his stomach.
This is Parramatta, Roger. Very many thanks. Out.
He grinned.
Let's see if we can't help our submerged friend by thinning out these next 6 targets.
Not to mention ourselves, eh, sir? His ops officer replied.
It'd be nice not to get hammered again. We've still got cruise missile batteries to face yet, Fletch replied grimly. The rest of the strike group can't help much with those, since we don't know where the bloody things are until they shoot at us. We've just got to endure and kill them before they kill us.
We'll beat them, Captain.
We damned well better. I'm a wretched swimmer.
Con sonar, 2 solid hits. Sounds of secondary implosions. Con eye. John hadn't been counting his kills. He thought it was kind of a crass thing to do before writing his patrol report. But knowing his team had nailed 3 Scorpions among so many other enemies was gratifying. The only thing that kept him from grinning from ear to ear were those 8 destroyers rolling through the Somme toward him. Frowning, John glanced at the plot, pulling up data from Razorback's integrated combat system and doing the calculations again. No matter what way we play it, it's bad math, he sighed. 13 torps left and 6 targets. Even if we have 0 duds, that only leaves us 1 fish for anything else lurking around. Pat made a face. And the entire trip back to Perth. That's like asking for someone to sink us. Yeah, let's not hang that sign on the door. John scratched the stubble on his chin. Anzio launched 8 long-range strike missiles at the destroyer squadron, but with only 8 missiles to saturate their defense, they're going to be just fine. 8 missiles seems like a lot to me, Pat said. It's only halfway to terrible if you're used to fending off bigger waves, John shivered, trying not to think about wave after wave of BrahMos missiles crashing into Enterprise as the carrier and her escorts desperately fought them off. So, do we time our torpedoes to arrive at the same time? We have link tracks on the missiles and can see their time on top. That's a good idea, but I was thinking of launching our harpoons at them. Pat's eyebrows flew up. It's a dead giveaway for our position. Only if we stay there. Razorback carried 8 Harpoon 3 sub-to-surface launched missiles in her vertical launch cells. They were older missiles, slower and easier for the enemy to track than the sea-skimming LRASM. But the submarine version of the LRASM's production had been delayed pre-war, and now no one knew when they would see the light of day. The latest version of the Harpoon was still a fire-and-forget weapon, however, which meant John's submarine could launch all 8, dive deep, and get the hell out of Dodge. Odds are high they'll see the Harpoons coming, Pat pointed out. And maybe not notice the LRASMs. John's smile was tight. Better than wasting torpedoes as a distraction. Less likely to throw a dud, too, his weapons officer pointed out. At least the Harpoon's tried and true, unlike these Mark 84 chucklefucks. At least they're fast chucklefucks, ma'am, Chief Kruger muttered. John chuckled. Set up the Harpoon engagement, he ordered. Time it to match Anzio's missile time on top, and then I'll know when I need to get near the surface. You got it, Captain. Pat leaned in close to John while the fire control team worked.
You know, we could ask Bluefish to range forward a little and help out. Good idea. I'm senior to what's-his-name over there. Peterson? Patterson? Something like that. So make it more of an order than a suggestion. John glanced at the plot. Bluefish had reliably held the back door closed, patrolling a box at the bottom of the strait near Singapore. But she hadn't shown an iota of initiative either, and John didn't miss the fact that those 6 destroyers must have snuck by her. Where the hell is she? John zoomed in on the bottom of the strait, but it didn't provide answers. Bluefish was gone. The Commodore has redirected us to Christmas Island for repairs. Peterson appeared in the wardroom with a satisfied sneer on his face. The subtender Nereus is waiting for us there. Bobby looked up from the navigation plan he was building on a laptop. I'll rework the track, sir. How long ago had Peterson called the Commodore to report their damage? Probably right after he'd come up with a sufficiently ass-covering story, which meant he'd let Bobby get an hour into creating their all-too-slow track to Perth before he bothered to tell him they were going somewhere else. The only good news was that Christmas Island was a hell of a lot closer than Perth. And what are you doing here, Mr. Cooper? Peterson eyed Bobby's silent companion like he wanted to grow lasers in his eyeballs and murder him. Consulting with the navigator about his planned track, sir. Somehow, Lieutenant Lou Cooper managed to sound normal. He hefted his mug. Also grabbing some more coffee. We're out maneuvering. Peterson scowled. And your repairs? The patch in the torpedo room is holding, and dewatering is complete. All fires reported throughout the boat are out, with deranged equipment checklists complete. Pressure in the sonar dome is still variable. Pumps are keeping up, but we won't be able to patch the hole until we hit port, Lou replied. Good news is that launching a UV showed that the damage is above the waterline. We should be able to repair it without a dry dock. And who exactly authorized launching that UUV? Unlike Lou, who pronounced UUV the normal Navy way of UV, Peterson drawled out every individual letter like the damned thing was a useful piece of equipment. The XO did, sir. He said you were not to be disturbed, Bobby replied. Having top cover was nice for once. Vanderbilt must be feeling charitable, because of course he was going to get reamed for this. Creativity was not the way. Not on Bluefish. Peterson sniffed. Very well. How long until I can increase speed and get us out of this death trap? I wouldn't go over 8 to 10 knots with that hole in the dome, sir, Lou said. We want the pumps to keep up. Can't we just flood the dome completely and compensate with ballast? Bobby asked. I know it's bad for the sensors, but I remember reading about South Carolina doing that a few months ago. South Carolina is a Virginia-class boat, Mr. O'Kane. Peterson's eyes narrowed. What works for her would not necessarily work for a much newer class of submarine. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but it is entirely misplaced. I don't know, Captain. I think I could make it work. We do have a procedure for waterproofing the dome interior, though it's obviously on Weps's don't try if you have another option list. Lou scratched his chin. We'd still lose some speed having to ballast the boat to compensate, but I could get you a top speed of 25, maybe 30 knots. I'd have to check. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Cooper, Peterson snapped. And I'm sure you're needed in engineering by now. Return to your station. Lou deflated. Aye, sir. Bluefish's engineering officer didn't argue, and he didn't offer alternative ideas either. He just left, silently. Bobby watched, guilt twisting in his gut. Why was he the idiot who had to bring that up? Now Lou was in trouble, and Peterson was angrier than usual. Great. Officer of the deck, make your depth 100 feet. Gently, Razorback edged her way toward the surface of the Strait of Malacca, coming to a hover just shallow enough to launch missiles out of her vertical launch system. Like all 01 submarines, she had 20 total VLS cells,
12 of which held Tomahawk land attack missiles, which were useless today. The other 8 held Harpoon 3s. Harpoon 3s were a faster and smarter successor to the missile originally built in the 1970s. However, this design was rushed into service before the war, so they faced limitations brought around by using the same missile body and warhead. Limited to a range of just 82 nautical miles, the newest version of the Harpoon was slower than the LRASMs Anzio fired from much further away, which meant Razorback had to fire them early enough that Anzio's missiles could catch up. Calculating precision massed fire was an art that submariners were not usually gifted at, but Patricia Abercrombie was the type of math whiz who won competitions as a kid. "Time minus 30 seconds, she announced. "Weps, now's your chance to object," John said. "Flight plans locked in, missile cells 1 through 8 ready to launch, Captain," Weps replied. "Very well." John's eyes flicked to the countdown clock. It was precisely timed to the launch of the first missile, which would hesitate before its rocket booster ignited, waiting for the other 7. The time ticked down slowly, and John's eyes flicked to the plot. Razorback was vulnerable here, hovering almost motionless near the surface. If he'd missed any submerged contacts in the Somme. "Time," Pat said. "Begin launch sequence," John ordered. "Missile 1 away." Missile launches were silent and invisible for a submarine. In peacetime conditions, John would have put the periscope up and watched his missiles fly. But this was war, and stealth was paramount. He might give his boat's position away with launching missiles, but popping the scope up increased the likelihood of detection tenfold. No one liked to talk about how most submarines were spotted visually. The urge to sneak a look around at the world was strong when you spent weeks or months driving around in the dark. But every peek came at a cost. John wanted to go home after this damned mission. He loved his wife, and he had career goals to accomplish. Besides, the Somme would be a miserable place to die. "Launch cycle complete, repressurizing launch cells," the weapons officer reported. "Very well. OOD, kick it up to 10 knots and do a couple of turns to get away from this position, in case anyone backtraces the missile tracks, please," John said. "Officer of the deck eye, helm, come right to 059, ahead 2/3. John tuned out the repeat backs of the orders and turned to Pat. "All right, we've done our damnedest to stack the deck against these guys. Now let's see if Anzio can get the kill." "It's going to be a long 20-minute wait." "I know," John sighed. "Missiles are so damned boring." Chapter 29. Turnover. 28 September 2039. The South China Sea. A quick check of the mail did nothing to improve Alex's day. It was a day that needed improving, that was for sure. It started well enough, with the junior officers allying with the 2 youngest Fogborn members to prank the XO. Unfortunately, George took the joke, a realistically dressed medical dummy appearing out of the ether and landing in his rack, with predictable bad grace. Then, when he confronted young Dr. Ting about it, she called him a dumb ape who was afraid of his own shadow and wouldn't understand fusion if it smacked him in the face. Dr. Leifson tried to smooth things over, and from there, it only got worse. Most of Jimmy Carter's officers were fascinated by the concept of a working fusion reactor, which gave the Fogborn team a lot of leeway. But the pranks turned George into a one-man army determined to shut fusion down. That didn't go as George planned either. Paul tried all too obviously not to mock him, and that almost ended in a shouting match. Sneaking up to periscope depth and downloading the mail packet, just to make sure their orders hadn't changed again, only resulted in the gift of another 6 articles about the Fogborn team.
Part of Alex still couldn't bring himself to believe in a working fusion reactor smaller than a football field, but if it was real, the possibilities were endless. Alex let himself fantasize for a few minutes after Jimmy Carter dove to the safety of deeper water, settling in on his rack with a good book. He didn't have a lot of chances to take a break, but if everyone was occupied by the news and email downloads, he might steal a few minutes. 5 minutes into his thriller, the phone in his stateroom rang. Alex groaned, praying that Paul hadn't found another way to antagonize George. "Captain." "Good afternoon, sir. It's the officer of the deck," Elena Alvaro said. "Sonar reports multiple tracks, likely military, on an inbound course from what looks like the Spratly Islands." Alex's heart leaped into his throat. "How many contacts?" "At least 6, possibly more. Range is over 60 nautical miles, and sonar is still classifying. They're moving in formation at 25 knots. Shit. The word escaped before Alex could stop himself. That made for a closure rate of almost 50 knots, which meant Jimmy Carter barely had an hour before their tracks would cross. "They're probably Chinese. I'll be right up." "OODI." Alex reached control in under 2 minutes, and that included pulling on his sneakers. When he arrived, the atmosphere was tense, and Wilson was actually outside sonar, standing with Elena Alvaro at the chart table. "It looks like they're coming from the Spratlys toward, well, nothing normal, unless they're taking a wonky-ass course that asks for trouble." Wilson pointed at the projected course for the new contacts. "Then again, they could be heading for Taiwan, just begging for a fight, but why go to the Spratlys first if they want that?" "I'm not paid enough to speculate on what the Chinese are doing." Alvaro made a face. Wilson laughed. "Ma'am, half my job is speculation, but they sure as shit don't pay me enough." "Don't let Vincentelli hear you say that." "So what are you speculating now, Wilson?" Alex asked, and grinned when the sonar operator jumped. But Wilson never lost his lazy grin. "Sir, I'd bet good money that these guys," his finger stabbed the plot, "are Chinese. Ain't gonna guess which of the 4 Chinas they are, except to say they're probably not Taiwanese, since Taiwan's never been into the Spratly Islands." He shrugged. "But you don't have to be a fancy navigator type to see that they're on a least time course straight to Red Tiger Station." Ice water filled Alex's veins. He wanted to argue, but when he looked at the nav plot, Wilson's theory was spot on. "Looks like someone read the news," Alex swallowed. "Good thing they're a little late." "Unless they're hoping to find us along the way, sir," Alvaro said quietly. "Unfortunately, that's the theory we've got to work with," he said. "And our orders are plain, even if this isn't a coincidence. We can't allow ourselves to be noticed." Worry rolled in Alex's gut. What if Alvaro and Wilson were right, and the Chinese were after the Fogborn team? What would he do if they tried to engage him? His orders didn't cover this, and his instincts told him to do everything his orders said he couldn't. "Con sonar, I've got aircraft engines at range. Doppler says inbound, maybe 50 nautical miles. Sounds like a Y8 at low altitude." Boxer's voice reported through the speaker. Wilson's head snapped up. "Well, aren't they industrious fuckaroos?" "That they are," Alex laughed. "How deep's the layer?" "About 300 feet, Wilson replied. "Shallow here, but the water's deep." Alex scowled. "I don't think that's going to do it. OOD, take her low and slow. Make your depth 1,200 feet. "Officer of the deck, aye." Alvaro turned away from the chart table to give the orders, her voice crisp and professional. Alex watched her for a moment, proud to see her blossoming. Elena Alvaro had come a long way from the closed-off and hesitant junior officer she'd been when he arrived. She had always been the best he had, but now she was damn near ready to be a department head. That meant he'd lose her soon. But another sub would win. And that was the way the Navy worked, even in wartime. "Con sonar, got tentative IDs on the contacts?
3 Type 55 Renhai-class destroyers, a Type 075 Yushin LHD, and 2 Type 54 frigates that the computer thinks are Jankai 2s. Sounds like the Yushin has helos up, though I can't make much of them, Boxer reported. Last TAC memo indicates that no Yushins have gone over to the new Chinas, so it looks like these guys are Chi Coms. Con I, Alvaro replied. That's a good summary, Alex said, scratching his chin. Wilson's eyebrows waggled. Boxer's good, sir. Got great ears and a fantastic brain. That why you're out here? I'm not on watch. I was bored. Better than him drinking or finding trouble, Alex didn't say. Wilson was a conundrum. The kid was downright brilliant at sonar. He even seemed to be a good leader and an excellent trainer. His future would be bright if he could keep his nose out of the shit pile. But having met Wilson, Alex thought that unlikely. Wilson, can you program a UV as a decoy? Sure, but a torp's easier. I don't want to waste one. Wilson shrugged. The programming is there, so it's not like we shouldn't. It's part of their operating system, though a torp's got more gas. We don't need a lot of gas. What we need is something programmed to sound like a high jiao, so we can distract them with a sub they want to hunt. Wilson's eyebrows shot up. That's tricky, sir. Maybe even mean. Hey, if we have to hide, we might as well do it smartly. I'll program the UV, Wilson grinned. Velasquez, you got my back? Velasquez snorted from her position over at fire control. Figures you'd want me to do the hard work. She rose, wiping her hands on her coveralls. I'm a-comin'. 20 minutes later, Jimmy Carter launched one of the U.S. Navy's notoriously unreliable and horrifically expensive underwater drones. As the attack sub went deeper, the UV played the recorded sound signature of an almost quiet enough Taiwanese Hai Jiao-class submarine. It changed depth to 300 feet just beneath the layer, simulating a submarine trying to remain undetected. Slowly, Jimmy Carter turned away from her decoy, creeping along in the depths as the Chinese ships approached. The UV was quiet, trucking along at 10 knots on a course tangentially toward the Chinese. It took the Y-8 almost 20 minutes to find it, and then the aircraft dropped a sea of sonobuoys to localize, and then depth charge the decoy. It hit the bottom in pieces, taking a couple $1 million worth of taxpayer money with it. Still, it was a bargain compared to Jimmy Carter. Relieved, Alex laughed and watched the Chinese ships pass. Still, since he wasn't an idiot, he wanted another 6 hours before increasing speed to 22 knots. Many hours later, a Chinese admiral and his ships arrived at Red Tiger Station and demanded the station manager turn over the Fogborn team. Laughing, the station manager kicked his feet up on his desk and thought of the millions of dollars he could have gained by keeping them there. They're long gone, he said. Left on an American submarine with a bunch of Marines 3 days ago. I'll say the same thing to you I said to 3 separate pirate groups. Feel free to hunt them down. I'd be glad to see someone take those pretentious assholes down a peg. The Chinese admiral pursed his lips. I see. Catch 'em if you can, Admiral, the station manager grinned. There's a hell of a bounty on 'em, you know. All stations surface. Last Group 6 coastal missile site destroyed. Jason Dunham, Surface Warfare Coordinator, reported over the net. Parramatta is passing instructions for an ASW redeployment. Lieutenant Junior Grade Angelina Darnell cocked her head. They don't trust Razorback to clean house? Steph Gomez shrugged. Trust but verify, my young Padawan. Razorback appears to have massacred the undersea enemy, but it pays to be careful. Angelina snickered. I wouldn't mind bagging a diesel or 2, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure the crew agrees with you, Steph replied. Dunham had done well in the 3rd Battle of the Somme, but she hadn't sparkled. It always felt like the destroyer was on the edge of disaster,
or waiting for her chance to shine.
"Gladiator, this is Argent," the bridge-to-bridge radio crackled. "Slow to pick up survivors from Magic Carpet, and join the main force when rescue is complete. Over."
Steph grabbed the radio handset.
"This is Gladiator. Roger, out."
Gladiator was Dunham's call sign, used by her fellow Alliance ships on open circuits so that her exact identity was not known to the enemy. And Magic Carpet was USS Oakland. Or had been. The littoral combat ship had taken 2 hits from coastal missile batteries and been torn apart. There were 20 or 30 sailors in the water just astern of Steph's destroyer. Less than half Oakland's crew, but a decent number considering how fast she went down. Steph hated herself for doing that math without blinking.
"Bring us around, Angelina," she ordered before turning to the bosun's mate of the watch. "And boats, call away the rescue and assistance detail. Stand by for recovery."
"Boats aye."
Jason Dunham turned away from Parramatta and the other ships of the forward group, giving up any chance at further glory. It was worth it, however, to save their fellows in the water. After all, Steph never knew when she might share their fate. Anzio's missiles did the trick. Oh, the harpoons that Razorback launched made for a great distraction. 2 of them even hit their targets. But it was the LRASMs from Anzio that slammed into the remaining Indian destroyers. 3 went to the bottom. The 4th was left a flaming wreck, and the last 2 ran, damaged and smoking. It was a pretty good day's work, if anyone asked Captain John Dalton.
"Where the hell is Bluefish?"
he asked as Razorback circled near what was supposed to be Bluefish's patrol box at the bottom of the Strait of Malacca. John had ordered his boat shallow, just in case Bluefish was running silently and deep, but even an active sonar sweep of the area didn't find the other sub. They did find a dozen or so mines, however, which made John really glad he hadn't aimed for deeper water. The nice thing about having a carrier along, however, was that Lexington had helicopters armed with mine-hunting gear. They were on their way, and Razorback was inching away from the mines as smoothly as John dared.
"That's a great question," Pat replied.
Scowling, she zoomed the link picture out, looking at American and Alliance ships that were further away.
"She's outbound, out of the strait already and headed south."
"What?"
Pat shrugged. "Take a look, Captain."
"It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I don't believe you." John glanced at the plot, but there she was in all her glory, SSN 843, heading away from the battle they just won. He gaped. At that speed, she headed out when we were mid-strait. Pretty damned unkind of her. Tell me about it. John leaned back against the periscope stand, staring blankly at the overhead. Did Bluefish's absence matter? Maybe not, but it could have. Did he get mine damage?
"If he did, he didn't report it," Pat scowled. "You know Bluefish's reputation, sir."
Who was in command of Bluefish? Right, Wade Peterson. He didn't know the fellow, but word in the fleet said he was a curmudgeon, slow to change and even slower to get underway. God help me if I'm saddled with him for my next mission.
"Have we won?" Pat asked. "The strait seems empty except for our forces."
"I guess so." John shook himself. It felt anticlimactic. Here he was, cruising along at the Singapore end of the Somme, with no targets to shoot at. Weren't battles supposed to end with a bang?
"Bridge midships, recovery complete." Steph handed a blanket to the last of Oakland's survivors.
"Bridge aye," Angelina Darnell's voice replied over the radio. The main force was in sight, aft of Jason Dunham, and Steph felt the destroyer quiver as she picked up speed to find a place in this new formation. There were holes in the main force, too. While the advance group had lost Sam Nunn and Oakland, Admiral Anderson's main body, tasked with dealing with the fighter aircraft, had lost Bogan, Perth, and Termagant. A traitorous part of Steph's brain wondered how Anderson managed to lose only non-U.S. ships. 2 Australian frigates had been hammered into nothing, and of the 7 destroyers in their task force, Anderson lost 1 of the 2 British ones. Sydney, up in the front group, had also taken significant damage. Had she intentionally put them on the threat axis? No, that was a terrible thought. "Thanks for picking us up, ma'am," the sailor with the blanket said. His uniform made him a chief petty officer, and a glance at the crowd said he was one of the senior survivors from the shredded littoral combat ship. "We were resigned to floating around for a bit." "We always take care of our own, Chief," Steph smiled. "Besides, it looks like the shooting's about done, which means there are a lot of recovery ops to do. You let me know if I can help. I'm a bosun's mate, and a couple of my folks survived. We'd all rather work than sit huddled under blankets, if you know what I mean." "I do." Steph had never taken that long, sad swim, or spent time in a life raft outside of training, but she could imagine what it felt like to get a ship shot out from under you. "And I'm sure we can use you." She turned and called Jason Dunham's leading chief bosun's mate. "Boats?" "What's up, XO?" Chief bosun's mate Gosney was a tall woman, with hair as dark as her skin and angular cheekbones. "Chief Carter here is one of your ilk and has offered assistance. I think we'll have a few more recoveries in our future, so I figure we can put him to work. Thoughts?" "Chief Carter and I go way back, ma'am." Gosney grinned. Vampire, vampire, vampire," the tactical action officer's voice boomed out over the loudspeakers. "Missiles inbound, starboard side." "Shit," Steph swore. "Chief, get these people inside the skin of the ship now." Sprinting forward, Steph shouted at everyone along the starboard side, the same side they'd done recovery operations on, to get aft and inside. A few sailors were forward on the missile deck, and they fled aft as missile hatches flipped open and alarms sounded. Steph twisted away, covering her ears and closing her eyes as Jason Dunham launched a quartet of SM-6 Standard missiles. But Dunham only had a crossing shot at the incoming missiles. The Indian missiles, fired from one last pair of coastal batteries that concealed themselves until now, were aimed at Lexington, and the carrier was 2 miles astern of Dunham, whose missiles only had seconds to find and intercept 16 enemy missiles. 2 of them did. Anzio, off Lexington's port quarter, had a better shot, but she was down to 2 SM-2s in her launchers, both of which she fired within seconds. Water boiling at her stern, the cruiser sprinted forward to put herself in the threat axis, interposing her 2 Sea-Whiz Phalanx guns between the missiles and the carrier. Meanwhile, the super-fast brain of her Aegis weapons system assigned shots to the rest of the strike group. Jason Dunham fired 4 missiles. Bull Run, the other cruiser, put 8 in the air. Morton, Ernest E. Evans, and Tyrion all fired 3. Northumberland only carried short-range Sea Sparrows, as did Lexington, but both fired those as the missiles grew closer. Steph wasn't in CIC to hear the missile counts going out on the net, but she could see their launch trails highlighted in the blue-gray sky, and she knew how few missiles all the ships had left. They weren't empty, everyone learned from the first Battle of the Somme, but some were perilously close, like Anzio, whose position relative to Lexington meant she'd taken the brunt of the missiles aimed at the carrier all day. Steph never could tell how many BrahMos NG missiles got through the task force's coordinated defenses. She didn't have time to get to the bridge, or to CIC, or anywhere to make a difference. She could just stand on Dunham's deck, 2 miles away, and watch in horror as missile after missile slammed into Anzio, almost tearing the cruiser in 3. She vanished in a fiery grave within minutes, But Lexington steamed on. Bull Run's Aegis weapon system took over control of the strike group's fire, and within minutes, more missiles arced into the air, destroying the coastal battery that took Anzio out. Steph sucked in a deep breath and raised her radio. "Bridge, XO. Standing by for more recovery operations." 3 hours after Anzio's demise, Admiral Anderson's voice boomed across the strike group command channel. "All stations, this is Lima Bravo Actual," she said. "Well done to all hands. Marines are landing in Malaysia and are liberating sites the Indians took in Indonesia. Our job here is done. We have reopened the Strait of Malacca for Grand Alliance shipping. New assignments will be passed via chat. Over." John nodded at his radio watch and let them acknowledge the message. He had no time for Anderson's posturing. "She wants us to stay here," Pat said without looking up from the laptop computer wedged between the fire control and weapons stations. "We don't work for her," John replied. Frankly, he found Anderson exhausting, but he wasn't going to say that out loud. "You want to reach out to Subpac for orders?" Pat asked. "Sure. Shoot out the standard email." John let himself sigh. "But for now, let's secure from battle stations and settle into a patrol pattern. Give the crew a well-deserved rest. And let's break out some steaks or something. They did damned good." "I'd say better than good, sir," Pat grinned. 5 subs and 3 surface ships in one patrol? I think that might be a record." "I tried not to count them," John admitted. "Seemed smarter." Pat laughed. "I think we're at the point where counting is okay. We survived and thrived. Can't ask for much better." "I'll count when we're out of the damned Somme." John didn't want to admit that this place would still give him nightmares. He'd be happiest if he never had to transit the damned strait again, though that was unlikely, given how his future laid on a surface ship. 2 hours later, when he was pretending to sleep in his stateroom, new orders came through. Razorback was to make for Perth at best speed. HMS Galahad and USS John Warner would take over undersea security in the Somme, and Razorback was not to wait for their arrival. With the orders came a personal email for John's eyes only. "John, I know I promised you some time off before your next command, and another go-round with your boat, but I need your ass back in Perth. It turns out that Captain Shapiro is pregnant with triplets. Needless to say, we need to get her ass off of Nereus as fast as possible. No one wants the risk of having a pregnant captain going to war, even an old dinosaur like me. Get your ass and your boat back as fast as you can, and prepare for a change of command. Your crew will get some time off while I juggle people and get them a new CO sooner than intended. Well done in the Somme. Good hunting on the way home. Marco." John stared at that email for a long time, pressing one hand against the hull as he read it. This was it? The patrol made for a good ending, but damn it all, he had thought he'd have more time to prepare. He took a deep breath. This was what he wanted. Moving up required moving on, and John Dalton had stars in his future. That meant having no regrets. Or at least pretending he had none.